Now we're gonna be checking out Lens Island. This is actually not the first time I checked out Lens Island. Um, Lens Island we played way back when I believe it was Steam Next Fest that they did a like survival thing for Steam Next Fest. And it was very early in their early access. And at the time we had a lot of fun with it, but like the content at that moment was like pretty shy. So it was one of the many games that we pulled out. I was like, this looks really promising. But then, they didn't quite have it. Give me just a moment. Sorry. I had my music player was like not quite covered, and it had like an animation for some things like track. So I was like, oh my god, please stop moving. I'm gonna minimize that. It's got like the what is it called? Not panoramic. Carousel. It had like the carousel where it's like flipping to show this or flipping to show that or. So I just had this movement behind OBS going like this the whole time. Like, stop. I can't have that distraction. So sorry that derailed the intro. But yeah, so we played this game. It's been like a year and a half ago or something like that. But we played like the very early access version of it. And like I said, it was one of those games that fell in the, this is very promising. It's just too early access to like put a lot of time into kind of thing. So what we've ended up doing is since then, I believe they've had 3 major updates, of which they just had like their biggest update just happened this past week, I believe it was. Which, then the update before that was their biggest update. You get the idea. Each update's been pretty much bigger than the one previously. For those who do not know what Lens Island is a survival exploration game. It is third person. I don't think it's full on isometric, but is kind of that over top third person. But you do the classic like chop down trees, all that kind of stuff. So with that, the first thing we're gonna do is like we usually do is we pop into check out our settings. Because I have played this game before and I never did uninstall it, I believe everything should be set other than like new stuff. So where I have the frames per second capped, that's just for streaming reasons. They do have the accessibility thing of being able to make the UI scaled up, which is a very big one. So thank you for having that. The audio is just straightforward audio. Let's see, it looks like it's on sale 40% off for $50. Oh, what was the game yesterday? Let me check one thing, because there's a game I need to pick up. You hear nothing, chat. There was a game that I've been talking about playing on the channel forever. But it was a bit... Yeah, never mind. I'm gonna quickly do something in the background that you don't have to worry about. Because I don't want to miss the sale. Because there'll be something I play probably tomorrow. Just purchasing something for myself in the background. Don't worry about it. And install for later. Okay, cool. Ignore all of that. That was streamer remembering I was mentioned something during stream yesterday and then forgot to do it. Which is why I have people post stuff in the Discord, because ADHD brain forget thing. Pretty piece of candy. So, ooh, they added a ability to turn off screen shake. I appreciate that. Yeah. So they got a bunch of accessibility stuff here. I really appreciate that. You like the UI scaling, turn off screen shake, changing the way some of the controllers work to make it a little bit easier for different motor limitations, all that kind of stuff. So that's all good. I appreciate that. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in. If it does remember my save file, which it does, we are just going to go ahead and start a new save file, because I don't remember what I was doing. So I'm going to create a new world called Streamed. Let's see. So we have our choices of peaceful, standard, and hardcore. So peaceful is if you don't want to deal with that as much. Let's see. Plants don't die. No damage from falling into the void. No pack drop on death. No starving from food. Enemy sight is reduced. All incoming damage is reduced. And by a lot, 50%. Standard is all those things are not there. And then hardcore is not available yet. Clearly standard is like your base standard normal mode. You could choose where you're from, and that's just kind of to set like your baseline, what you look like. Let's see. Okay, gotta grab some nums. It was clunky before. Lens Island is a happy game. I don't believe it was clunky before. Like this going back in the memory, so I could be back. If I remember correctly, it wasn't clunky before. It was the content was shallow when I played it. But that was like super duper early access build. And as I said, they've had, Like three major updates since then. So we'll choose masculine. Does Len wear shoes? And your choices are no or definitely not. Yeah, definitely not. We could change the hairstyle. We got a couple of options. Sure, we'll go with that. Sure. There's some real interesting pant choices. We'll go with that. Because, I mean, if you're gonna... Long pants and no shoes, I mean, that's fine. But, like, below-the-knee shorts kind of thing and no shoes makes more sense. Yeah, we'll go with that. That's what our Len's gonna look like. But this is a survival exploration, like adventure kind of game in the sense that it is a survival game. You build your bases, you do all that stuff. Have I ever played The Long Dark? Yes. I played quite a bit of The Long Dark for a little while. I think I've got all that uploaded on YouTube. I think. I believe I do. But I want to say that was I played through, like, they didn't have the 5th chapter out, but they did have chapter 4, so I played through all that was available there. I believe they got the 5th chapter out. Your once safe home was destroyed by the voids. The mysteries of the darkness that drives them is yet to be uncovered. No one understands its power or where it comes from. You are ferried to the forgotten island where the light stone rush began, hoping to build a new life. Time each attack to trigger a critical hit to do more damage. I remember that. That even, like, chopping trees and breaking logs, everything can crit. So, like, I go to a random tree. All that stuff. We have dodge roll. We need to construct a house. Ah, that's right. We have different tools. Okay. And you don't have to use the crit mechanic. Like, it's not required at all. But it does give you somewhere in the area of, like, almost a third more damage in your next swing. Ow. Bees. All right. Okay, so let's check the map. Because I remember I built my house, like, literally right here last time, which I imagine is, like, what 95% of players do. Because, you know, the game literally starts you there and says, build a house. But I don't really know if there's... Okay, so our inventory is full as far as wood goes. Oh, right, because they do a thing where you have, like, different types of inventory. All right. Okay, so I guess we do build right here. I was debating it, but I'm like, man, I don't know where else I want to do it. I don't remember how to do these things, so let's see. So we have skill points. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot here, though. We got some basic tools. We've got exclamation marks here. But nothing that we care about. We got our resources, seeds. Okay, so we can make wood buildings. We can make stone buildings. We can make ornate buildings. And if we had chopped wood or whatever, we can make pagoda buildings. Yeah, so stone looks like something we could actually do. Versus the other two, we don't have the materials nearby. All homes start with foundations. Drag the first item in your build menu to place foundation. To edit your builds, enter the edit mode with F. Make buildings easier using camera controls and level switching. Okay, cool. That's not what I want to do. Trying to remember how I turn you, though. Like, you have all these controls down here. Oh, there we go. R. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. I was like, I just want to turn the building. Come on, man. And we've made our first section. So let's go get this and start breaking a whole heck of a lot of rocks. Is this rock a lie? It is a lie. Okay. And I vaguely recall that the map is pretty sizable. When I last played, I don't think we got off the initial... No, we did get off the initial island. I remember we made a boat and we just kind of went to some of the other islands. But at the time, they weren't, like, really implemented yet. Whereas I understand most of it is. Alright. Yeah, so because I decided I was going to start building with stone, that may have been a mistake. We'll see. I don't have to make the whole thing out of stone. We can make, like, the main building out of stone and then, like, add wood expansions and all that to kind of mix up our styles a little bit. If you're full wood-wise, that's fine. And I believe resources respawn. I don't know at what speed or anything like that, though. Okay. All right. And I can't remember if there's any kind of like leveling on your the stuff you work on. Interesting. This kind of art style is so common now. I mean, it's just not going for like the super duper like realistic. I mean, honestly, I feel like there's the games that go for like being as realistic as possible, and those mostly are left to like AAA studios. And then you kind of go down a step from that to stuff like this, where, you know, it looks kind of real, but like they don't really go like super hyper realistic with the textures. They're a little bit more smoothed out. Then you go a step farther down from that to like more just pixel arty kind of stuff. And then you go a step farther from like really stylized pixel art things, like, you know, the like Sunhaven. And then you have like more just like the straight up 50s cartoon style. I feel like those all have pretty heavy representation nowadays. There's only a handful of games I would say are very visually unique. Okay. We activated the obelisk. But I wouldn't say there's many games that to me look like this super well. Like the human character is very, very human. Let's see, I don't know the super close to. I don't know how to describe it. No, I got what you're saying. Man, this is the animation style. Let's off-center it. We can roll? Absolutely. Alright, so we need to eat. Managing your hotbar and backpack. Drag the unlocked items onto the hotbar. Okay, it's pretty straightforward. There we go. It's not necessarily a bad thing, it's just kind of a trend. Yeah, I kind of look at it... Sorry, I'm going to turn up the audio a bit. It's a bit on the quiet side. It's kind of a thing that, just generally speaking, I find that, like, a lot of the games that are going for, like, the hyper realism aren't doing as well these days. But I feel like a lot of that is almost all because that's almost exclusively AAA studios. And generally I found the AAA studios, when you're dealing with stuff that, like, predatory monetization and really kind of scummy practice around that, a lot of that's happening there. Like, it's not that it's not happening in indie games, but it's particularly egregious there. So I feel like the hyper-realistic stuff isn't doing as well just because there's not as many smaller studios doing it. There are definitely studios who are doing that format that are doing well. But it's just kind of the number of them. And then I found when it comes like the indie ones, they either go for like this kind of style, where like I said, it's vaguely roughly the shape of real. Like the character looks humanoid, but yeah, it's not fine detail. Like, you're not seeing like splashes of dirt all over them and all that. It is smoother, that the textures aren't as pronounced. Otherwise, you go like the next step, which you go full on cartoony. Which again, to me, none of those are bad. I just feel like with how many games come out, I don't see many games with art styles that like that art style is truly unique. They are things like when you look at a game from Cly Studios like Don't Starve and all that, you're like, yeah, that's actually very genuine. Like, that is a unique art style. Or Franbo's fairly unique art style. Rabe. Like when we did was the it was something like the creepy town thing where, oh, I can't remember what the name of it was. Oh, it was a Silent Town something or other. No, it did. That was a fairly unique art style where all their eyes were like hollowed out kind of thing. Nalakai dodge roll. I could jump dodge roll. They'll use it as like a lunge. What about Darkwood? Darkwood, if Darkwood's the game I'm thinking, yeah, that was a pretty unique art style. Darkwood is like a unique game in a lot of ways it presents itself. I haven't played Darkwood. I found it hard to watch Darkwood because I've had real difficulty seeing things. Like, not that it was a bad game. Like, I imagine it's much better in person. But for me, trying to watch other people play, I found it really hard to do so just because it was, you know, really dark. Gleaner Heights? I don't know that one. Okay, so to upgrade, I need 40 wood and some salvaged metal. Alright. I don't know what those circles are. But yeah, no, there's definitely ones that have unique art styles. Or like, you know, you get those ones like Bendy and the Ink Machine. You have Hello Neighbor. These kind of games. But the point being is like a lot of the games, like especially there's a lot of games in the pixel art category that they feel very the same. Not that they're bad art style or anything, but it you know, it feels like someone just bought like a free palette kind of thing. Or not bought, but had just like some library they picked up and just everyone's using the same art. Which is not what's happened, but it feels that way. It's not that it's like bad style or anything, it's just it gets a little repetition because, you know, they're all kind of looking like, they all look like they want to be the old school Final Fantasy or the old school Pokemon or whatever. Which it's funny because, like, I played Sunhaven and that was one of my most played games this past year. Like, I just really enjoyed it. But at the same time, like, when I played it, it was one of those things that the thing that kept me from playing it sooner was the, like, really, really over-the-top big head chibi art style. Oh, I already have more clay than I carry. It's just kind of one of those things that art style-wise is just like, I don't know, like, it's, like, kind of really a distraction. And that once I played, like, it got over it real quick. It was just kind of, you know, on the surface, it's one of those things that kind of, like, really was difficult for me. But there's been a decent number of games that have done, like, the chibi big head thing. I feel like a lot of those haven't done as well, but I think that's more because the chibi art style, you have people who are, like, really into it or really not. More so than a lot of things. So that's kind of like it reduces its potential market share by being that art style. Or I shouldn't say market share, addressable market. I realize it's super dark. I didn't do what I needed to do already. But yeah, especially like you look at the Stardew Valley style games. How many of those games all look like variations of Harvest Moon? Like variations of Harvest Moon or variation of Stardew Valley. That, like, graphically, if you said, oh yeah, it's an expansion to Stardew Valley, I'd be like, okay, sure, that, yeah. I also do find certain games, like, genre-wise, do tend to draw in a lot of the same style, like, art kind of thing. Like, they'll be whatever, like, the big name game of the genre was, And then from then on, all of the art looks like a variation or a slight deviation on that art style. There goes their survival horror game, and you lost me. Yeah, calling it a survival game is even one that I kind of scratch my head at. To me, it was like a horror adventure kind of ish game. Like, you just work through a story. Like, there's survival elements. That's fine. There's a lot of games that flag themselves as, like, this is a survival whatever game. It's like, are you a survival game, though? Are you really a survival game, though? Like, it's not a judgment of good, bad, or otherwise. It's like, but no. The thing you're claiming you are you really that genre? Or are you actually this other genre? And it just... you have elements of the art, that genre. So I'm trying to figure out, so it was F. Trying to figure out how to move you. Resources already funded, like the whole thing? If it is the whole thing, then I really appreciate this game. Because that always is an annoyance to me of the game, like where obviously I was trying to put that bed against where the wall would be, and then, you know, it wasn't quite right because the wall needed more space, and it gets really annoying when games like, no, you wasted materials. That's not really what I would do. This is a perfect example. So clearly I don't want the bed there. Why are you... I wonder why it won't let me put it along this wall. Let's get farther away. See if maybe I'm obstructing it. Assume the arrows where it get on in and out of the bed. No, it just can't be up against the wall. Weird. I mean, it's fine, but it's just like unexpected. Why am I suddenly, like, blanking on how to rotate the camera? Okay, so we still need more stone. I deliberately did make that the way I did for a reason. That's fine. Hey, Chunky and Funky. How was your raid? Chunky and Funky. How was your stream? And thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Welcome in. And let's quickly see, what were we playing today? It looks like recently you've been playing Minecraft, Elder Ring, and Destroy All Humans 2. So for people looking for that kind of content, that's where you can go find it. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I play a variety of games here on Twitch, and today is a variety day, so we're doing a bit more variety than we normally do. That was sure. So today we played a bunch of games today, and generally I'd say we only had one game that kind of was like, alright, that's not there yet. And it seemed like a good game, we ran into bugs that we couldn't keep going. But like, we played a lot of games. We played the latest update to the latest DLC to the Tenants, which is a game that you play as a landlord. Except, you know, I mean, you can be a pretty despicable one. Alright, go get some food? Absolutely. Do your self-care, do all that kind of stuff. Thank you for sharing your community with me. We played the 10 Ants. Oh. Nah, it's the Tenants. Just so people actually get the name right, it's the Tenants. Like people renting out a home or whatever. So I'm trying to figure out, and now I'm suddenly realizing I didn't think of. Alright. We made a mistake and it's on me, so I'm gonna go here, cycle that spot, and that spot. I thought there was one I was gonna be able to put like a flat tile higher. I'm like, oh, I have to go a whole floor higher. Yeah, I'm not. That's not right either. Try this again. Okay, got ourselves a little house here. We should finally be allowed to sleep. Alright, so you need wood and salvaged metal to upgrade. So what else can we build for the time being? One thing we can do is we can add some stairs onto the front here. Actually, it's not letting me. So over time we can add that. Okay, so put a box over here for excess stuff. And what else? A campfire pit for cooking fish and healing after a day of exploring. Okay, so we need charcoal and stone and all that. We don't have that. A red sign. Just some rugs and all that we don't care about. Some decorations. Alright. So there's got to be more stuff that we can make right now. There was let's take a quick look at our inventory. So I can remember which button is my inventory. What's tab? Why am I just brain burning us so badly? This is constructing stuff. I had somewhere I had a screen of seeds. There we go. I guess I have to unlock farming or something like that. Alright, whatever. I was not expecting that to not let me do stuff. Okay. So, to get a refinery and an anvil and a raft and all that sort of stuff, and the growing thing, so I need 10 fiber, 40 wood, and salvage metal. Alright, well, let's go trying to do that. So, the fiber and salvage wood are easy. Okay. Grab some glass. Purple hair. Hey, Pupa, how's it going? Yeah, if you didn't catch, we actually have our lighting not scuff anymore. I actually have a proper light over here now. For those who weren't here for that, I had one of my lights burned out on stream about a week ago. And so I had just like light on one side of my face and not the other. And then on top of that, like the shading, like the color because of what it was doing with all that, is making my hair look really blue. Yep, the light got here a little bit early. It arrived here yesterday. I just didn't have enough time. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I didn't have enough time to set up, but I got it working during stream and all that. And then what ended up happening was my camera was misbehaving the whole stream. And so, even though the light was fixed, my camera is being a punk, so I still had offline. So I need to find scrap metal. More than likely, this means I need to go searching place and search it. It's like a little blue-gray. Yeah, it's in real life, it's very vibrant purple, like very vibrant purple. And also, while I've got Arch Play Stuff here, Arch Play Stuff is another fantastic content creator on the platform. And if you do end up liking Lens Island, has played a bunch of Lens Island lately. Also for the big update. So, if you're looking for more of this game, that's where you can go and find that. I do hope your streams have been going good recently, Arch. That's right, dear. Okay, so we do get scrap from the barrels. Because when I last played this, it was a super duper... Okay. When I last played this as a super duper duper early access build. And you can do this part. Yeah, I need to clean up. I had a more involved voice before. Here goes egg frying. Interesting. But yeah, so when I last played this, it was like super duper early access, like super early access. And it was good, but like the content was like really limited. But that was 3 major updates ago. So been interested in checking it out. Oh yeah. I was curious if you could keep hitting it. Including the entire world procedure generated. I didn't realize the world was fully like procedurally generated. Or at least parts of it or whatever. I thought it was a drawn map. It wasn't the first time Bananas. Well, that's good. That can tend to add a little bit more replay value. Because it means exploration is actually interesting sometimes. Yeah, the procedural generation is good. There's also procedural generation where you get a giant map, but it, you know, it's kind of empty. So I'm looking for more barrels so I can get some more scrap metal. They went back and redid it all? Nice. So empty like my soul. Nah, you're alright. There you go, that might be enough scrap. This past one? Probably. Hey, we leveled up. Yeah, so the compendium, it just doesn't feel like there's a lot here, because we get only one skill to choose from there. We can get resources on crit. We can get base attack damage. We can get extra total health. Yeah, you see that tree and I'm like, man, it's a very small tree. Zoom out. Ah, I see. Okay, so either way I do start here. I mean, then I'm just gonna go, like, they show these two different arcs, but I'm just gonna go down in that case. Alright. Yeah, no, that, yeah, they probably need to make it so it's a little bit more obvious that there's something here, because with this being gradient down here, I couldn't see those two lines, and it didn't occur to me to even try to zoom or anything on it. So they updated the inventory of swap tools, though. I used to need a utility chest, and it was a pain. Yeah, I don't remember. I remember I did travel to the other islands, but that was about as far as it went. Okay, so you've unlocked a bunch of stuff now. Now it's time to go here to our crafting options. So we've got our farms. We'll need more fiber. All right. Let's see. I was just talking about it last night. Or the night before, we were talking about another things. SG net. What? I have no idea what I was just being told there. Watering your crops. Purchase a watering can to tend to your crops. Farms will need to stay watered in order to grow. Refill your watering can at a natural water source or well. Okay, and then we're out of a lot of materials for that. The skill tree. Gotcha. Alright, so we need to buy a watering can from the sounds of it. Alright. I am curious about that Herd the Story game. If I just let that run for a long time and let the villagers all have all sorts of issues or whatever. Like, if the stories they gave us would get more and more ridiculous, or if it'd be kind of a bit of the same. Like, Jenny don't know. Oh, right, the village or whatever's on the other island.
Thank you Robolter_Gillenbaruk for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Baruch, for the, where's it telling me? Tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you enjoy your advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. And thank you again for that support. Alright. Hey, welcome to my humble shop. Who are you? I'm Jared, the blacksmith, as you can probably tell. What do you have for sale? I sell resources used in crafting as well as armor pieces and weapons. You can gather resources yourself if you want, but some of them might be hard to find unless you're willing to go into the caves. You can go down the mine shaft right there, but I'd suggest you be prepared. Thanks for the heads up. Anytime. Speaking of that, have a look around. If you see something useful. Yeah, so we got equipment and all that. So that's now where I'm going to get the bucket. So it's $60, or 60 coins of that. An adventurer's torch. You need iron shards. Let's see if I can't sneak some iron shards even without proper equipment. Okay. I keep messing up my timing real bad. All right. Now, for properly exploring this place, we're gonna need the torch. Like, I vaguely remember exploring this place. Okay. Yeah, so we're just collecting some resources to work on our house, you know, build forge and all that. It's a classic kind of survival thing that they do where it's like, okay, you start out, you get your basic tools. You need to use those basic tools to get, you know, the materials to get your next level of tools. Rinse and repeat. They will have, like, you have to fight your way through certain encounters to get certain things to go to the next level. Which is good. I think it's a great system. I believe the different islands have, like, different biomes to them that have their own things that we find and all that. Because remember, a big part of it is traveling between the islands by your boat. Alright, so let's buy a watering can. We'll start with that because I can't really see a whole lot else. Alright, so we did get a bunch of iron shards, which we should be able to use to make some stuff. Like, I think we get a forge or something pretty soon that can make iron bars. And I believe we can get some tool upgrades. If somewhere around there was as far as we had gotten in the previous one. Because that was about the point you had to start hitting a bunch of the other islands. Yeah, so we can make an anvil now. The forge, I need the charcoal. For the fire, I also need the charcoal, so we haven't quite figured that one out. The wooden raft is not going to be too hard to make. Oh, right. The way we did this was we, that's with seeds. Yeah, the inventory keeps throwing me off. Like, where is... There it is. Okay, now certainly it's full of salt water, so this would be perfect for planting stuff, right? Okay. Alright, so you need a bunch of materials for all of that. None of which I can't get. So you can get... Alright, so you get up to 50 of a type of material. Which is fine. Okay. No, don't hit the plant, please. Let's stay away from the plant. Alright. So I don't really care about this, you know, doing more here right now. We can get the anvil, but I feel like we need the forge first. But both the forge and that require the coal. Alright. Ah, okay. So we just need fibers and wood and all that to start upgrading our tools. So you actually do get the anvil before the other. Alright, well let's go get some fibers and let's go get some wood. Because nature is beginning to heal and we cannot have that. Alright. Just individually deforesting. That's one thing I find amusing with a lot of survival games. So you go up, it's like, oh, I need to build my house. And so you proceed to, like, deforest half of an island or whatever. And I'm not talking about this game specifically, just survival as a genre. The sheer number of trees you go through, there's no way nature could sustain around you. Like, you play the games like The Forest and you start making a proper base, and just nature straight up doesn't make it. Alright, so it seems like this would be the first we should upgrade. Because that's one that's going the slowest underground. Yeah, so you need hardened steel for that one to get better. Okay, we need more iron. Alright. We can also run in and see what we do that. I haven't figured out how we make money yet. My assumption is we sell stuff. Like, we'd, like, grab ore or something, bring it back, or they'd have some material they want. It's funny how simple wood house takes, like, 500 trees to make. Like, for real. You taking one branch off each tree and throwing in the rest because that thing. Well, yeah, no, it's you've seen, like, what was it, The Simpsons, where they joked about it? Where it's like they had the toothpick factory, so they take an entire, like, log and they grind it down to a single toothpick. I mean, the reality is building, like, a proper log house does take a heckin' lot of trees. Nowhere near as bad as, like, a lot of the games, but, like again, when you go to play... I'm blanking on the name of it. The Forest. Where some of it just gets pretty silly sometimes. Alright, well actually, we can just rebuild that. Like, you gotta build, like, a simple structure and, you know, it takes almost 100 logs, of which each tree is about 4 logs worth. But I kind of agree. They're like, okay, can you not use the sticks for the roof or something? The log house, nah, it takes a lot, but still nowhere near like what they make you. It depends on the game too. Like some games, when you knock over a tree, it's a log, singular. Other games will give you like 4 or 5 logs, and those usually do better. All right, so we've got that sorted out. Oh, let me guess. That's it. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. Is I'm supposed to go to each of the islands. Okay. Supposed to go to each of the islands, activate their obelisk thing. I remember that. And I want to say that after you activate these 3 obelisks, then there was like 2 more farther out at sea or something like that you activate. For a moment, I was like, I need to stay back from these. They're gonna explode and do damage to me or something. It's like, oh no, they're just enemy spawners in general. Alright, what is in this cave again? We'll need to find a torch. Like, I don't remember if it's the one in the main island or one we went to on one of the other islands. But there's like entire areas to fight through down in the caves. Right. And if you take the coal and you light those up, it lights up the whole area. Or not coal, it's like charcoal. I just don't remember. I think you get it from the campfire. But the campfire also requires... Okay, so we got some from that rock there. So I just need to get the like initial dosage of them. I also remember there's some other benefit than just light from those, like certain enemies would run away kind of thing. I just don't remember exactly what it was. Alright. Yep, nope. Oh, that's right. I think one of these areas goes down to a lower area where there's like staircases and everything. And until you have a torch, you just cannot see. So it's kind of a way of like not forcing you to progress certain things, but making it so you really need to get certain items to proceed, which is fine. It's kind of an MO of these styles of games. It's like some of those will go down to like ramps as opposed to just falling into the abyss, but you can't see well enough to do it until you get a light source. But that's okay, because we'll take the coal back, we'll be able to make like our campfire or whatever. So we can start cooking fish or whatnot. Get our forge up, which we'll use for the hardened steel. Stay full longer. Ability cooldown reduction. Yep, don't care. Yeah, so let's try and cut straight east because I do want to go to the town. Also grabbing these pumpkins because I vaguely remember that they're only in some places. Or melons or whatever they're supposed to be. Alright. Pretty soon I'll want to make my raft. Because if I remember correctly, for a lot of the transportation of the island, other than like going to the city in the middle of it, generally speaking, it's fastest to take the boat. Like you're trying to get to one island side of the island to the other, it's easier just point the boat north and then, you know, correct the direction when needed. Yes, those are various things there. Those are seeds. There's that. You want the better backpack and the torch, which I need money for. Ah, that's right. Right, so I do just straight up walk up to these people and I sell stuff. Right. So where I'm sitting on like 18 wood, I can just go up and be like... And there's three coins. I understand. So I'll have to do the thing where I like farm up some materials and then run across and farm up some materials and run across, that kind of bit. Oh, you just want 10 wood for that? Yeah, we can do that real fast. Oh, it counted that as landing on me? Alright. Sure. It's fine. I technically ran through the falling tree to get hit by it, but you know, sure. We can pretend run. I do think that, alright, so I'm trying to think... So we're playing this today. I do think this might be... So the thing I'm struggling with right now. So at the moment I've got an outstanding RimWorld run that I need to keep moving kind of thing. I also have an outstanding Coral Island run I need to keep moving as a thing. If we get into this, that's another outstanding run. And then we're supposed to be starting Fallout 4 once we can kind of come to the decision of what that run is going to pertain. And that's getting to the point of just a bit too many games to keep going. That said, I have some when the RimWorld run dies. I do think RimWorld's gonna take, you know, take a little time off kind of thing. Just like I typically do is, you know, I play a good couple colonies and then it goes away for a week, 2, 3, whatever. And then maybe I'll circle back and like do a couple more colonies and then it goes away again. Just regular wood, right? Okay. Just making sure it wasn't like hardwood or something special. Yeah, so we'll definitely need to wrap some of those. That said, I'm not too worried about it because the plan from the beginning was that I'd do Coral Island like 2-3 days a week. Use arrow rolls. Yeah, they literally already called that out earlier. It's like I could do that. As I'm just hitting the wrong buttons. That's fine. I'll just not hit shift and I won't. Okay. It would help us if later they have jump quests. Aww. We made the pear tree fall down and go boom. But yeah, so it's It's just something where I'll have to have one of the... Like, one of the games is going to have to come off the schedule. Which, like I said, more than likely, when Rimworld dies, that'll just be the one that pops off the schedule. Alright. So. Hair. Game's pretty cool? Yeah. Like I said, I played the early access version of it. It was, like, really good. Alright, got ourselves a better sword. Let's go to our tools. Alright, that doesn't level. And our car is hardened steel. Okay, so good to know that those aren't anything we deal with yet. I don't have any equipment for armor or anything like that yet. So we're doing good with all that. Most of the rest of this is just fine. We can go ahead and have our character go sleep. Alright, let's see about this. So I need more steel shards and stone for the smelter. Alright. Oh, I think you just step in the water to make it happen. I do appreciate with the watering that it doesn't make me run around and like water every individual tile. I appreciate it not just wasting my time with that kind of thing. And so the dungeon's also open, but before I worry about the dungeon itself, let's go into the mine. Actually, you know what? The dungeon is right here. Let's just peek. But, let's see what ore's down here, because we're trying to get more iron and all that kind of stuff. Okay. I wish we had more that were giving us anything but stone. So it's fine and all, but we want... There we go. Actually, is that gonna give me more? I don't know. Alright. Alright, so it does look like we're not going to worry about this place right now and go to a different one, because that one's only giving us stone, and I'm going to need more iron shards and coal and all that sort of stuff. I do believe that's when you end up having to fight through to get... I can't remember, there's like items at the end that allow for more progression. I just don't remember what they were. But it's no surprise, you unlock an area, that area gives you access to more stuff. Pretty much par for the course. Alright. Get ourselves some hides, because we're going to need more of those. Alright, so anything new here we can do? So we can make our boat. So we have our boat to explore with. Not worry about too much just yet. Because more so, it's interesting to actually have like a cooldown special ability. I think we got that when we upgrade our weapon. So, the big things I need is I need the coal and the shards. We did find the coal more so in the one mine to the west kind of thing. We could also probably sell stuff to attempt to make it easier for us to run around. I can put a torch in my hand. Because once I have a torch, it'll make my life way easier for running around the dungeons. I don't believe the torches in this game have a durability or wear out kind of thing. Okay. Alright, so we got the Adventurer's Torch. So that should give us a bit more light to do stuff down here. Alright, so 1, 2. And we gained our level, but we don't see what we can do with that down there. I'm gonna go with stay full longer just to be less maintenance. So what I need to remember yeah, it's just how to like equip both of them. Alright. I guess it is a platform I can't jump down. It was not super obvious that I couldn't make that jump. Alright, that's fine. Alright. It does make me wonder, like, with the stone building and all that, like, how far I should, like, we'll end up going with it. I forgot, those are incredibly useful, but I also don't want to waste all my coal on it. There we go. There's some coal that we need. Like I said, the good thing is I'm pretty sure these all respawn. Given time. Pretty sure this was just stone. So we got some iron shards here, which might be all we need to get the forge up. And some coal. The other thing is, I think those stay lit forever once you light them. So it's a one-time investment versus like, if I had to come back here every time I like relight them, that'd be very laborious as far as their materials. We got attacked from a spider from somewhere. But some not murlocs. Definitely kind of murloc. Alright. Okay. Interesting, we got another spot where we can't really see where to cross. Yeah, it's far and I think we can make it. Alright, so the lesson we're learning here is I actually can't go that far jump-wise. So we're fully handled hunger-wise, so I think my life will just regen now. Alright, so I have to learn those fights a bit better. Full on stone, which is still understandable. Alright, so I would need more wood and stuff to repair that bridge. I don't remember if these connect. I have a vague feeling that these connect between the different parts. I'm not confident in that. Yeah, that still should be enough to get our forage up, which is the main thing we came down here for. That said, I wouldn't mind if I could get some more iron shards, though. Doing really well in our coal, but the iron shards... We only grabbed, I think, like one node of them. And ask and you shall receive. Okay. Yeah, so it does seem like the different locations do have some focus on resources. This one has definitely been the one that's been best for coal. That I keep being like right at the edge of maxing out my coal. That's with the stopping and lighting every light along the way. Versus was one of the other ones we got like 15, 20 iron shards out of it, but no coal. They all seem to be pretty good for stone, though. Alright. Yeah, this should let us go back to the forge, hopefully get some iron bars and all that, which I could then use to make our materials. I do think we prioritize the pickaxe first, since we've already seen nodes that is like, you don't have, like, your tool's not good enough to do this. Whereas we've not seen the same out of the sword or sword of the axe yet. Yeah, that's too far of a jump. We're just killing the character. Wouldn't happen to map this out while right here. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it is one location, because we're seeing the different cave entrances and exits. Okay. I wonder if, like, the other islands are even connected. Probably not. I mean, maybe. It could be just one giant cave network down here, but you can't realistically get through it all without visiting the other locations, either for materials or, you know, you have to repair the bridge from the other side kind of thing. So let's see where we pop out, because I don't remember. Okay, so it popped out of the mine here. So with all that said, let's run back home, build our forge, and see what kind of upgrades we can give ourselves. The fact that I don't have to regularly replace this torch, really good feature. And by that I mean it's the omission of the feature that torches burn out is a really good feature. Alright, so forge. Okay, so I just need wood. Alright. Okay, so we've got our little house. It's going pretty well. We're starting to grow some plants over here. Alright, so let's also check. So, workbench. What we'll end up needing? We'll end up needing a whole lot of salvage parts, some tanned leather and all that. We can't make the tanned leather yet, that I'm aware of, so let's work on this. So fuel, we can put there. Oh, that's interesting. I was really expecting that to work. So that makes sapphire, which I could sell. Titanium or iron shards. When mining iron ores or refining stone. Okay. Huh. Alright. Oh, is it that this whole tab can only carry 50? Ah. I did not understand it that being that way. Nah, that can't be right. That's gotta be more than 50, right? That'd be 27. Yeah, it's gotta be more than 50. How's it they didn't have any stone then? Oh, unless maybe building that thing used literally all of my stone. Oh, these are all ready for harvesting as well. Alright. I'm still surprised. I expected the, You thought the camera pro was good, but nope. Just very intense stare. It happens. So I'm thin there just going, okay, well, if I don't get iron from the iron shard things, that's surprising. Like the hardened iron bars, I mean. I guess we can go in here. Just see what we can figure out there. Keep trying to progress stuff in these dungeons and all that. So one thing we'll do, go here to the screen, put some food in the bar. All right. So hopefully find some coal here to light this up. Okay. You can always place the light up, but we haven't found any more coal down here. Alright, max out our life again. Not our life, max out our food again so we start recovering life. Okay. I bet you if we refine wood, it becomes coal or charcoal or something like that, so we can use it. So you could technically sit there and take, you know, wood, refine it to charcoal, to refine it to, what was it, sapphire or whatever. also be nice to get more equipment upgrades, so it doesn't take nearly as much effort to do half of this. Just less swings, that is. Okay, so we got that. Okay. So I've already started getting the pattern down for the Murloc looking things. It's basically just make sure you're dodge rolling like between every attack. You try and get greedy and go for multiple attacks, they sneak in hits. Oh, I actually completely remember this place now. Like, I remember fighting this, and then we'll go a little bit up ahead, there'll be an area that drops down, and then there's like a boss down there I remember having problems with. Alright, so we got a bunch of scrap in here. I also remember there was, I think, a place to the south that had a whole bunch of, ore for us. Okay. They filled up our inventory stone-wise. I would say there was ore this way, but there's also enemies down here. I also remember somewhere around here there's a shortcut back home. So I finally ran out of coal. There's time to find more coal. Because I believe when we come back, I think these regenerate after a while. I don't know if it's like in-game days or I have to stay away from an area or like how any of that works. Alright, almost rolled off the edge there, don't worry about it. There's no point in me focusing them down. Until their spawner was destroyed. You know, other than I think you get XP for it, but I don't particularly remember XP being that big of a deal. Hey, Vase Simplex, how's it going? Okay, so our salvage metal is also full. Our stone is full. Okay, grab some more mushrooms. That did not go as smoothly as I want. Okay. The game does look really cute. It's a good game. It's a survival style game, but there's like an exploration adventure side to it as well. Alright. So I already got the stone. I already got this other stone. I mean, I already got stone is the thing. Not that I've got that stone. Okay. Doesn't pause. How do I need to do to drop there? So we have ability cooldown, resource bonus on crit. I guess just increased base damage. Combat looks pretty smooth and satisfying. Not something you often see in these kind of games. Yep. M tire, okay. Yeah, now it's all good. Alright, light this up. Okay, I remember this being a real rough time. I thought the boss is the other way. One spawner down. Two spawners down. Kill 500 enemies. Very clearly that's still counting from when I last played this. Okay. Got him. Was there anything else in here we cared about? The caves are overrun. I'm not sure if it'll last the night. The void beasts are everywhere. There's no escape. Give me the fancy boxes. Yeah. Fancy box. Iron hammer. Yes. I want. I want? Can I has hammer? Oh, I guess I already has hammer. Alright, so the hammer is definitely slower, harder hitting. Alright, so we completed the first dungeon, question mark? I vaguely remember that being more difficult. But that's okay. So map update. Okay, so showing me where the next dungeon is. Hey dear, I want to try something. Alright, so let's fix some of our item setup. So I still can't go through there. Do I have to get like all of these done first before I'm allowed to go through there? It's kind of unclear. That said, while I do enjoy a good smash hammer, that particular smash hammer is a wee bit on the slow side. Alright, so let's go ahead and... I do wish they gave us more tool slots. And it could be a thing that we get an upgrade later that does that. But I want it now. So we've got the scrap. We do not have the tan leather or the other things. We've got a bunch of coal here. So that'll give us a bunch of the iron ingots and all that kind of stuff. So let that run. Let's go here. So smash hammer. You're waiting on hardened steel. You're waiting on hardened steel. Hardened steel. Hardened steel. Hardened steel. Not eligible. Also hardened steel, apparently. We haven't made any armor yet. They don't have anything here that implies I'd get stuff of that. Oh, we still haven't made the campfire. Alright, so I just need wood and stone. Hey. I'm gonna have to take that back for a moment. Okay. All right. That should be enough. Until I forgot what was even upgrading. Oh, okay, so that's a... Right, I wasn't upgrading something, I was building the fire. Yeah, the void chest, which requires void essence. So you put fire in here. That's what I thought. Is it doing? Oh, it's just really slow. Okay. Yeah, so that'll take care of those hides. We need the iron shards, which is taking the... Okay. which is taking the stone and dropping it here and doing that. So that'll get us the iron shards. We've got the salvaged metal. So we just need a heck of a lot of wood and all that. In the meantime, let's go ahead and toss you in there. Is there anything else we're near max on? Yeah, scrap. And the void bits. So let's go get ourselves some stone, some fiber, and some wood so we can upgrade to start getting ourselves some leather. It also does mean if we see deer, we kill deer. I saw a deer running. There you go. I was like, you gonna figure it out, tree? Alright. Okay, so our wood is full. Made good progress there. Hey dear, wanna see a cool trick? Is this game good? I'm enjoying it. Hey dear, I'm not done with you. Okay, so we need to toss more hides in here. Alright, so we need the one more hide there. I am noticing the wood doesn't count. That's interesting. Can I plop that in there or something? No, I just dropped it in the ground. There's a couple things that the game doesn't do a particularly good job of explaining, which is one pain point. It's not bad. So my thought is what I probably have to do is I probably have to go over here real fast to where we do construction, get this out of our way. I probably have to make this void one that's available through time and space, because maybe that does make it available to everything. Okay, so now, if I take the 25 wood, we just take all these materials, drop them all in here. Does it make them available to other machines? I have no way of telling if that's working or not. Do we have the 3 in here? Yeah, so it does not. So that means I am going to have to get a backpack upgrade. Okay, so I'm assuming the purpose of this thing is just that you can, sorry, I'm juggling a bunch of things. Is just that you can, like, build another base in our location and then get your supplies there. So I gotta figure out how I'm making money. Oh, let's take the sapphires. See if the sapphires make us any good money. Co-op compatible? I believe it's a single-player game. I do not, like, maybe it does have co-op, but I'm not aware of it having co-op. There might be others who can answer that question better than me, because I've not played in a while. I mean, we could go back to the main screen and check. That's on me, I messed that one up. Yeah, so I can buy and sell stuff like this. The larger backpack is 60, so I actually have the money. I just need to go buy those hides. Or not buy those hides, bring the hides. Which are the hides I was intending on using for an upgrade. But if I can't carry enough logs to do the upgrade, it doesn't matter, so I gotta run back, grab those hides, get the better backpack, and then go to start smashing trees, rocks, and deer. Alright, sorry about that. Nose is being dumb. But yeah, no, I'm not aware of it having co-op. And I'm also not sure if co-op is planned. I'm also not someone who... I know co-op can absolutely make or break a game. Like in some cases. But especially with like a lot of like survival style games like this, an adventure and slice of life. It's cool when they do support co-op, but to me that's not a big feature. But I also don't do a lot of cooperative games kind of thing. There's definitely games that like it doesn't really add or subtract to the game. Okay, so that did work. It just upgrade how much I can carry. Yeah, so we're fine here. So, now I need to go and get myself a whole lot of wood and a whole lot of things. Like, what was the game we were playing the other day? It was a story. Oh, I think it was Starfield. That there's some people pretty unhappy that it wasn't co-op. And I'm definitely, for me, one of the people who, when a game has a lot of story to it, I find co-op really ruins it for me. Because unless you get someone who is really cool with just kind of sitting on their hands waiting for you to finish story stuff, it's really hard to either not have stories spoiled because someone's, you know, they run to NPCs you haven't run into, or they just don't wait for like dialogue to finish, or they accidentally trigger new dialogue by going to a different area, like all those kinds of things. Or they're just, you know, being chaotic and all that kind of stuff. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Or they're just like being chaotic and like, you know, they're chit-chatting and you can't hear the people doing the dialogue. So I find, generally speaking, for me, anything with meaningful story as a element to it, co-op can be very negative to the experience, that it's actively harmful to the experience. Now that said, if it's all those games like Stardew Valley that I've already played through the story before, so I don't really care about the story, like I've done it, that's a totally different animal. But I don't know. A lot of those games that especially like are really time consuming, I always find very difficult to organize co-op play anyways. Like even as a content creator, where I'm trying to work with other content creators who we want to like work together kind of thing, and like organize it where we both have like regular schedules, just because of all like the random things that pop up, it's so difficult to keep any type of regular cadence to that cooperative thing, unless you specifically say like Friday is co-op day. Elder says, I feel like you could do Starfield or other games co-op, but it should be a different game. Sort of like a survival. Right. You could. What do you see? Solo only. I think it is solo only. I'm not confident on that though. Like it's not something I even looked into because I just didn't look into whether or not it has co-op. But I'm under the implication I don't think it does have cooperative play. I think it is a solo only. This is early access. It might be something that maybe it gets at some point. Usually when a game doesn't start with multiplayer, even if it gets it, it's kind of be careful. Because games that weren't made with multiplayer in mind right from the beginning usually don't do it well. Like, look how long it took Project Zomboid to get its multiplayer in an okay place. What game is this? This is Lens Island. You can always just check the title. Like, literally, Twitch requires me to have the game's category there. I think you can also do, was it exclamation mark game? I think I turned that on. Okay. Come on, Cookie. Not like this. For the record, Cookie is obviously trolling. Hey, Bambi. I just want to show you something. Alright. It's like you're clearly... Oh, a big one. He hit me back. Yeah, no, not trying to like call people out for like what game is this. Like I get sometimes, especially when people are doing like variety stream kind of stuff, that they will put their chat category to like games and demos. The only time I do that is if a game physically does not show up as a category I can choose on Twitch. And I think in all of the time I've streamed, I've had 2 like really tiny indie games that ever did that. Which to me, that is a massive, massive mistake on the game devs part that you need to get with IGN and Twitch and all those and be like, hey, we're releasing a game. Retro is a category like that often? Yeah. And I get it. Let me actually check something. I want to check one real thing real fast. Yeah, I don't get why people... So, I was just checking one thing real fast, the setting categories. That there's a couple retro games that I've seen people use the retro category. And those games are listed on Twitch. I don't understand. I feel like it'd be way better to just put the name of the game you're playing on there. Like, if it's not there, it's not there. I totally understand that side. Like, if you know, like, Paper Mario or whatever is not something Twitch recognizes. Sure, I get it. If it's not there, you can't choose it. But, like, if you're gonna play, you know, a game that happens to be old, happens to be a retro game, and they have the category on Twitch, like, just put it in the category. Because I'm going to search for that name of that game, and I'm either gonna find it or I'm not. I don't know. They probably have done a lot more analytics and figuring it out and all that kind of stuff. Amino says, it's like Starfield, but space. No Man's Sky, but 2D. Excellent. But yeah, I know it's a thing. Like, well, there was another game that we went to play on the channel that I was really enjoying. I think it was RimWorld that I had someone sitting there was like, you know, it's so dumb that this game's not multiplayer. I'm like, no, it was Prison Architect, which actually does have multiplayer. And they're like, it's so dumb that, like, you can't multiplayer. It's like, well, actually you can, and it's actually terrible, because I have never seen, like, the Tycoon or the City Builder style game work well in multiplayer. The best I have seen is, like, City Sky, or not City Skyline, like, the old Sim City that was terrible. Which tells you how low the bar is. That it's, like, it's the bad Sim City. Is what's like, that's the one who did it best. There's probably something better that I'm forgetting. Okay. So, we are getting more tech. Alright, so we got a wood pile, a stone pile, a fireplace, which is for making bread, and then a smelter. So the smelter's a new one, so I need the charcoal, and I need the shards. So that's going to be a pain point, is I'm going to need to be able to get those. Right, so we're going to leave those there. Let's see what happens if I put wood in. So wood cannot be a source. That's fair. I was curious about that, as if you'd be able to just, like, burn wood. Just about this game, it seems fun. Weird to get used to not being able to rotate the map. So, the weird thing is you can, but you also can't. So, if I'm building my house, I can, but I can't otherwise. Which is weird. It's not necessarily a horrible choice or anything, but it's those choices you kind of scratch your head at, being like, alright, okay. Yeah, so we need to do the smelter next, and all that we find on this island. But that said, they're gonna give me a better boat. Oh yeah, this one's weird where your boat doesn't keep going when you let off the button. I want to see if we start going towards the next area if we'll find supplies there that we can't get here. Alright. But yeah, no, it's I think it's good that games offer multiplayer, and I think there's definitely games that, like, styles of games, which survival are in that list, that generally speaking, survival games quite often are really much better experiences with multiple people, especially like the builder survival sort of thing. Echo does kind of okay. I haven't played Echo yet. Also, trying to get used to the controls. Sometimes the keyboard does action, sometimes it's mouse, sometimes both. But yeah, so like games like Valheim and all that, I'd be like strongly say like, yeah, it's definitely better with multiplayer. Project Zomboid, I can see it going either way. I personally very strongly prefer Project Zomboid single player. Project Zomboid is a game that you can never take a break, like, to be in attention. And then you add on top of that multiplayer, which means you can't even pause. Okay. Alright. Like that's the big thing that happens in a lot of games in multiplayer, is like you can't pause is one big negative that most multiplayer games have. Or if you can pause, it's incredibly disruptive of the gameplay. Alright. So unlock another hotbar slot. Oh my god, please. Please. Is this hardwood here? Yep. That answers that question. And assuming we'll get this town up here, and it'll probably be like the last town, with the big difference being they'll hold like the slightly higher rank stuff. Hello, traveler. Have we met before? Who are you? Name's Gerald. Nice to meet you. I'm sure you're here about my exquisite regional pumpkins. What do you have for sale? I sell some of the best seeds you can get, as well as some of the regional pumpkins, lavender, and different kinds of useful resources. Some chefs even come all the way here to buy my pumpkins. They say it makes the best pumpkin pie they've ever tasted. These pumpkins sure do taste good as is, but eating raw food like that will only still your hunger. If you want an extra bit of energy, definitely try pumpkin pie. So yeah, so we got a bunch of Oh, interesting that you have the clay and coal and all that over here. Increase the amount of resources gathered. Heals a player based on percent of damage dealt. Ooh. Can change your weapon and tool to emit light when equipped. All of that sounds amazing. Druid's bracers, so you recover health every 60 seconds. Yes, please. I am entirely wrong on what's here. Oh, is that it? Okay, so it's just the 2 vendors in town. That's fine. So you need lightstone. So you don't even charge that. You need lightstone. And then these are like buku bucks. But I need to do runes, not. Alright, well, here's the cave over here. So let's see if they've got a bunch of new materials for us or the same old materials. Because it could go either way, that like the island introduces some new materials, but a lot of the old materials are still present. Or it could be we go and... Wait, what? What hurt me? Oh, we're starving. Okay, hang on. I was like, why am I dying? I don't understand. I cannot wait to have an extra, you know, action bar thing. Because right now I'm having to juggle my tools constantly. It's not my favorite. Gotta be honest, not my favorite. Like, the inventory space limitation, sure. But the hotbar having to fight with it. Not super keen on that one. That's weird. I was curious. Those are all just stone. Stone. Okay. Actually, should be getting the stone as well. I didn't check if I break these if I get XP for literally just farming material. I just realized I have almost 100 stone, that's why I wasn't picking it up. Alright. Okay, so that's far as I can realistically jump, so we'll just keep moving. Alright. Back to just collecting materials, getting all that stuff going. There's a path down there. With just more mushrooms and more stone. Alright, well I guess we go up top. We need wood to make the bridge. That shouldn't be too hard, I don't think. Okay. Alright, so we're back here. Isn't that where we went in? Okay, so I've got our stops over here. Alright, that's fine. So it does look like I don't have a whole lot I could do on this island that's particularly useful right now. Because I can't cut the hardwood, I can't do a lot of this stuff. Yeah, I'll just be stone. That doesn't matter. So what I'm gonna need to do is go into the caves back near home, I think. Yeah, so it is a bummer that it looks like I'm gonna have to go back into the caves in this part of the map real fast to get more coal and shards. Yeah, we found a little bit in that arcade, but nothing noteworthy. All right. Oh, map update again? Okay. Oh, it shows you under. Yeah, so I think that tunnel up there, literally there's the under... Okay. So it looks like they changed the map, so it's not just you have these islands, and then there's an area for, like, this cave is this island's cave, but that they actually all connected to a big area. It might be that we can't get between the areas until we get, like, some kind of double jump or some type of other thing we can build to extend the area or whatnot. Alright, so you have all the fishing stuff. I did notice they have a better boat that we just need to get supplies for. But the issue is I need to get the smelter, and then I assume once I do get the smelter, I'm going to be right back to grinding more iron shards or whatever. Just because the iron smelter is going to need to smelt those into iron bars. At least I think that's how it's going to work. And all my better tools are requiring that, so I think this is where we're at right now. Don't do that, please. I want that pumpkin. Don't. There we go. Well, I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. Get away from all of it. I want to plant things. I don't want to... Okay, I have to be nowhere... Oh, actually, I do have to be near it. So the problem is that tree being in front, and I can't turn the camera. It's real hard to get this to do what I want. They got a couple little pain points like that. All right. Okay, so put this back in in case I need it. I have a fun idea. Stop. Oh, that's really all I had stuff for. I'm trying to make it so there's like it could be like a little bit of a patio or whatever. Alright. So I've already got the cured hides there. I don't have more that needs to go in there. We will put you here to have you keep producing shards. I'll drop you in there. So that doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. Just curious. Okay. We need a lot more materials. Is the way I understand it. The other thing we can do is potentially find ourselves a way to make some money and then just trade for it. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'll be back in just a second. Thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Looks like the ad's going to run here in a second anyway, so it's pretty good timing anyways. So I'll put up the away screen, and we'll be back in just a moment. I'll try and pause the game so it doesn't keep going. So the initial backpack that you can't have more than 50 specific items, but you can have multiple stacks of different things at 50? Yes. Each individual stack is restricted to 50 of that item. So, like, I can have 50 wood, though, and 50 stone. So bear with me. I'm going to go ahead and fire the ad while I use the restroom, since I only got 1 minute till it runs anyways. Put up the away screen, I'll be back in a minute. So as a reminder, we did start 0 to hero, so we did start with absolutely no skills whatsoever. Since then, we are just a bit shy of 7 strength. We have 6 fitness. We're over halfway through Nimble 4, getting to Nimble 5. Our lowest combat skill is now Axes at about 2.5. Spears is about 2 and 3/4. But a lot of our other weapon skills are getting to be like 8 and 5 and all that. And no one really cares about the crafting or the survival. And technically, we have the tiniest bit. One prisoner is rioting. Oh. Well. I blinked. I had planned for, like, filling in for next week. I didn't kind of want to step in for just part of the stream, then have like almost a whole week before I touch it again. So I was like, didn't really have a good choice for today. So I was like, okay, we'll just break out some Zomboid. A lot of people keep begging me for it, and it's like, all right, yeah, I'll break out a Zomboid stream. Okay, and I am back. Alright, so let's get back into it. Alright. So some people are still stuck in ads. Alright, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Probably run this alert here in just a second, is what I'll do. If not, I'll just assume everything is broken always and forever, which is the way Twitch feels like it is sometimes. That the only consistent thing with Twitch is it not working. Alright, so let's run up here. There was a cave up here before. Oh, it's weird that doesn't mark the cave entrances. Yeah, wasn't there a cave entrance like right over here? That we found quite a bit of these shards and coal in. Let's see, you was reading that and it made all the resources, let's see. Or is it available via the backpack? I was reading that they made all resources that you have available via the backpack and not having to go back to different boxes, I think. I don't really understand. Oh, you're talking about like just that they had like a shared inventory thing? I wish more games would do that kind of thing. Where like you go to your base and as long as your boxes are at least in your general area, you just dump all your crap in there. And when you go and craft stuff, it'll just use it from wherever. But you don't have to have like all things sorted out. Oh. I missed the jump. Well, that's discouraging. Okay, I thought I completely screwed that jump up. Alright. I need more ore. I was really expecting there to be a bunch of ore nodes here that I could tag to get more stuff for real fast. 25 wood. Let's go top off our wood real fast. Start connecting some of these paths. Alright. Because I imagine we connect these paths, it'll give us more routes and all that. I suspect for most of the places you will have to take the boat to the other island, get in there, then be able to build a bridge back kind of thing. Alright. I can't cut these down with this tier weapon. I'm trying to think of this as trying to make money by vendoring a bunch of materials, like have something I can like renewably get. I mean, I could definitely see fish being one of those, because unless I have an idea that you can like fish an area out of stuff, or you need bait that you have to like farm up to get, I'd see fish as being a way to get an income that you keep going. I imagine the gardening farming would be another way to make an income. That would be effectively renewable. But that one feels like it'd be very slow. Oh right, I should probably grab stone since we dropped a bunch of stone off again to make iron shards. Plus, at least on the good news, is it does look like every time I break stuff, I get a little bit of XP. So it's not those things that you'd want to like grind out a whole bunch of levels by just smashing rocks. But with all that said, you do get some that if you're doing something else constructive and you're getting a little XP on top of it, that's pretty reasonable. Alright, grab food. Put away the axes right now. Alright. Like, I also vaguely remember going north into a room. Like, that was where I remember things left off, that I, like, found a really nasty boss. It took me 2 or 3, or I think it was actually way more. It took me a number of attempts to kill it, and I did eventually kill the boss. But that was kind of, like, where we were running up against the edge of what content was available at the time. And so, like, that was kind of where it stopped. It was like, I killed the boss that was, like, causing me grief. And then, you know, it was those things that's like, okay, getting late in the stream, do I keep putting time in for a future stream? It was just kind of at the end. It's always hard to tell that stuff, especially with a game you don't know. Like, that's, like, a game like RimWorld or Project Zomboid, I have, like, a really good feel for how long some things take. So, like, for Project Zomboid, I know not to bother starting the next day unless I want the stream to go really long. Once I get down to, like, 40-ish, like, 45-ish minutes from when I would wrap up. I also know it's usually not worth starting anything Project Zomboid unless you're like an hour, like you got at least 2+ hours to the end of your stream. Just because it takes so long to get anything moving there. Same kind of RimWorld, that it's good about you can kind of back out anytime you want. But like if you have like a major event towards the end of stream, that sometimes it's good to just wrap when the major event happens. Alright, so I can't break that one. Just because it's unlikely. Like, you know, it'll be one of those things that you'll get like stuck where, oh, a cold snap happens, oh, this happens, oh, that happens, and you're trying to avoid ending your stream with like, you know, cliffhanger of the danger situation. Because that's where you end up with a weird thing where you start the... I'm just banging on something I can't break. You end up with a weird one where you start your next stream and your colony dies from the event that you wrapped up the last stream from. I got some money. Got some rocks I can't quite harvest. Yeah, looks like there's a cave entrance over there somewhere. It'd be real nice to get those druid gloves. Like, any amount of regen is huge in these sorts of games where you don't normally have any regen to speak of. Like, getting even if it's like 1 hit point per 60 seconds or whatever. Just because it is like a trickle thing, the moment things get rough, you'll be like, okay, instead of scarfing down a bunch of food, I can just back off a little bit, wander over here and look. So we didn't go up here. Yeah, so I think what's gonna happen is eventually we're gonna get like double jump or something, or like some kind of bridge we can build across those areas, and then when that happens, we'll be able to traverse those as their way of like getting between islands if I don't want to go above ground. No one's on the fence. I know I shouldn't try, but aha! I can make that one. I'm assuming I won't have enough materials for this. I do not. Okay, and that goes down there, which means I do have to go back the way I came with this, so this is a good way we, Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it was. Yeah, alright, so I don't have enough materials to build the bridge there. Alright. So go up here. We'll see if we can get ourselves a bunch of the plant fiber and all that real fast. And then go back down there and do that bridge. Because we're exploring the underground area a whole bunch. And that's kind of like the materials I need are down there. So we'll go until we either find an area that very clearly I just can't get the materials, like, you know, my weapons aren't high enough to even break them. Stuff like that. We're already up to 77. So we're basically mostly full already. And our stone is basically full. And our coal is basically full. But our iron shards are at like 20. Which is nowhere near what we want. Okay. Yeah, the bridge is right over here. That's part of the reason I was doing is like, oh, it's close enough. It'll be some big ordeal to go back there. And it's going to a new area, it's not just backtracking to where we've already been. Okay. Don't do this to me, game. Don't have it like literally the next area, because that is way past what I can jump across. Come on, that's just a tease. Really? Come on. I went and got those materials just to go to another area I can't pass right now. No, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I did, but that's not what I want to do. So, the question is, I can't build stuff here, right? I can? Are you kidding me? No, don't. Alright, well, never mind. That makes that a whole lot easier. Oh, I missed one. Okay, well, all those pits I've been going, oh, I can't do this. So new plan, we're gonna go to those, and we're gonna build heckin' platforms across. Now I know that's an option. I should make those out of stone, not wood, because the stone is readily available down here. So instead of super duper high risk jump here, go stone, build. I didn't actually mean to eat that, but it's okay. Alright. It's always an adjustment for me with these kind of games. When they're just like, oh yeah, you can just build anywhere. It's like, really? You're just gonna let me do that? Because of how many games that have building mechanics that they just will not let you build anywhere that isn't like, you know, you can only build on your farm, or you can only build in your lot, or whatever. Oh yeah, you can 100% just fall. Yeah, absolutely. If you asked me that, I could have filled you in on that one. I've done it plenty. So I need wood and fiber. And I can't jump high enough to do that area. Yeah, you guys will build stairs to high places? This is true. I suspect when I repair that bridge, I'll be able to just cross and I'll have a way up there. If not, we can build stairs going up. Oh, is it that time? I think it's that time. Yes. Give. No, it's not that time. I need another point. Oh. Alright, so I also kinda wonder if I could literally, because there's no shortage of materials. Instead of making it the more dangerous way, just like actually go and take advantage of the fact that I've got all this stone down here and build paths where I don't have to do like any fancy jumping at all. I just walk across them kind of thing. Yeah, so that one over there has coal. Okay. Just jump too early is all. Alright. I'm kind of trying to keep us at about like 90 stone while we're down here since it's just stone is readily available. I think that might be the place we build up to. I don't really see another way around easily. Alright, well, let's do it. You wanna not cause problems, please? It might be high enough. All right. I think I had to put like another level of like structure and platform to get the staircase I want up here, but that's good enough. It got me up here. Has a sword right just in case we run into anything else dangerous. We got coal. All right. It makes me wonder if all this is procedural down here. Because I could see it. Still really not seeing much of the way of the iron shards, though. Nothing over there. All I had to do is complain about it. That's just the way that works. Once you complain about it, you just get what you want. All right. Okay, so it's another one we can't break yet. Okay. So, it looks like we got a spot down here. We'll see if I can't build down below me that far. Actually. Strider sends the Dreamland? Alright. You have yourself a good one, Strider. Thank you for tuning in. Finally finding some iron over here. Well, as far as stone goes, nothing up here. Man, how big is the map down here? I just face tanked it because I'm kind of scared about rolling down here because it's not a whole lot of area to move. Alright. I'm also a little surprised I haven't seen another way up in a while. Okay. I'm wondering if the way the procedural generation works for this part of it is they're doing they probably are doing the thing where they have set pieces, which is a normal strategy, by the way. It's not a thing where like some people get all bent out. It's like, oh, but they repeat the same thing. Like, yes, that's how most procedural generation works. Is they have a bunch of different combinations of things that they choose between. And so the procedural generation is taking all those set pieces and sending them in random orientations, positions, and all that kind of stuff. Well, pseudo-random, because usually there's like all sorts of rules so that, you know, it makes sense and that kind of thing. Because otherwise you end up with like really funky, broken things that... Yeah, so getting a lot of materials I can't mine over here now. So we probably do need to find our way out, because if I can't mine half the stuff we're finding, I'm just wasting time. Oh, I was hoping I'd get done with that before you could hit me. It's fine. That's pretty amusing. You just find a jukebox down here, or not a jukebox. You get the idea. She doesn't even eat or sleep anymore. Just like everyone else, she's obsessed with the Lightstone. I wonder if they'll just keep playing down here forever, or when I get a little distance away, it'll switch back to the normal music. Or like the next time I leave and come back. Oh, this is clearly a fishing spot here. I don't know how fish survive in a spot like this, where it's just this one tiny little spot for fish that clearly dumps over a waterfall immediately. I can't do it. I was gonna try and jump and do the attack in the air. That is not a thing that works. So yeah, wait for the health recharge or health regen to give me some life back, and then we'll try and jump it. Actually, in the meantime, yeah, that one won't go up. I thought the track was longer. Oh, I thought there was a spawner up here, which is the reason I rushed past this one. Everyone knows when you have epic battles and all that, you do it to chill violin music. It's just, I don't make the rules here, it's just how it works. It's just one of those things. It's like whenever you fight a boss, that it has to have a second phase. And you know it's for real when the orchestra comes out. As the music swells, so does the danger. Pretty much. Yeah, if I knew this track, like I thought I was gonna do like a round of the track and then move on, or I would go some distance and it would stop. It's a cool thing that like you can kind of change the music of the underworld kind of thing, just the whole place. But yeah. Oh, now it's the moment we've been waiting for. We go here. 5th slot. Heck yeah, let's go over here, put the axe back in our bar, and good. We'll have to check. It looks like there might be more down there, but I'm gonna wait to do that. after we hit this. I'm honestly just running around expecting to find the cave up to get out of here. Because we have a whole bunch of these materials up top now that I think we just have enough for what we need to do. I just have to get out. Stop. I mean, actually, I do want stone. We used a bunch to build this staircase. Looks like I need to go back up here. You can jump on them like Mario Brothers? Okay. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't anticipate that being a thing. You just straight up Super Mario them. Right, I need to top off my stone. We used a bunch back there. Did I dye my hair? I did a while back, yeah. For when we had the streamathon. That's not what I want to do. When we had the streamathon, that was one of the rewards. Looks blue and silver. So it's actually like really, really vibrant purple. It's just stream lighting kind of makes it look a little bit purple or a little bit blue. But like it is real purple. I put a picture on the Discord with like actual proper lighting so you can see just how purple it is. Like ultraviolet? We're talking pretty violet. Pretty violet. Yeah, it's like a violet, like a dark violet, but it's very, very violet. And the reason I had it like just kind of straight on violet. Yeah, the literal name of the dye is purple AF. And that's not me abbreviating it. I mean, it actually uses the letters AF. That's why I feel like it. She's found it pretty fun. She enjoys it. I've gotten a lot of compliments, like a lot of compliments since I dyed it. Which is probably mostly it's just not another boring brown haircut. I don't know if I can make that jump. We did it. As long as you're happy. Yeah, no, I'm enjoying it. So as I mentioned, I got it dyed, and the first dye was like real, like it's just very purple, but it really faded way faster than I anticipated. Like it only lasted like a week and a half or so. And then I did like re-dyed it here at the house, because the first one I got done professionally, which they told me it'd be probably about 4 weeks is how long it would last before it started properly fading. But I was already getting to the point where like some of it was starting to go back to looking blonde. Because I had to bleach it. So I dyed it here at the house, and when I dyed it, I let it get way darker than the actual intended one. That way, as it faded, you know, it would fade to the color I want, so I'd basically not have to dye it again for longer. And it's been doing really well. Like, it's getting right about the shade I started with the other one. Do you have purple shampoo to help keep it? I've been told there's shampoo that does a better job of not taking the dye out. Yeah, Rual with bleached hair is cursed. Yeah, I took a couple pictures when I was getting it dyed. And me with the bleached hair before they put the dye in, it screamed of 90s skater boy hair. It was pretty upsetting. I was like, I'm glad I never was into this look, cause it's not what I want. The good news, all of this down here that I explore, once I've explored an area, like I can go back down here and farm materials kind of thing if we want, but it's explored. So what's this game about? So Len's Island is a survival, I like survival adventure, survival exploration game kind of thing. So like right now we're in the like an area underneath, just kind of looking at stuff. I regret setting that radio thing down here to this track. It was like they had this like this particularly like non-intrusive track, but it's just like kind of nothing. I was like, oh, there's like this what's the one? The plays old vinyl records with a big it's something phone, I'm blanking on it. Not Ampliphone. But they had it where you could play like different tracks on it, and it would make it go here. It's like, oh, like you could change the track down here. That's kind of cool. So it's like, cool, let's just change it. And so I chose this because it's just like a peaceful thing, and it's been playing phonograph. Yes, and it's just playing this whole time now, and I'm like, all right, actually, I wish I hadn't set it because now it's playing just this one track. I'm hoping when I leave and come back, it'll change and we're not stuck with this until I go back up there. I'm starting to feel like it might be stuck like this until I go back up there. All right. Like, we came down here for iron, which you finally got. Actually, we're about to fill up on iron. They look like rip-off Murlocs. Yeah, no, they look very, very, very Murloc-like. Very, 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 very Murloc. I've been calling them Murlocs for like a lack of a better name for them. All right, so maybe we can cut across here. The fact I can jump on those ones amuses me. I see you hiding down there. Okay, so there should be a path just south of me. That's not where we came in. It was like the underground area reminds you of Torchlight. Yeah, it's very Torchlight-esque. Alright, now in just a moment we have to deal with this nose that's being a punk. Yeah, so I see there's a path up there I could potentially go. I unfortunately didn't notice I could do the paths earlier. Well, that sucks. Can I really not cross? If I put a piece of foundation here, can I still branch off of it? But I can't see anything below. Oh, is there something above we care about? Yeah, let's find out. I already basically have pulled those. Alright, you have fun with Titanfall. Thank you for the lure. Going to hole up here until everything dies down outside. The voids can't get me here. Well, you're not still here, so I'm guessing you were wrong. Alright, so if we pull up our map, in theory, it's down this way. That's what I thought. I can't just build out into the abyss. That's fine. I didn't think I was gonna be able to, but there's only one way to find out. Basically, it has to have something supporting it. Which makes sense, because otherwise you could bypass like all the bridges and everything. So it'd be nearly impossible for them to restrict your movements for progression purposes. Okay, so it can't have a shortcut there, so I gotta backtrack. Might be able to get someplace down there with the lowered part. Yeah, so it's supposed to dip down here to my right. So can I go all the way to the right edge of this and reach anything? Nope. Alright, so I'll try going farther south. I just need to build and not hurt myself. Hopefully find our way soon, because soon enough I'm gonna start having food problems. Right, so we couldn't go this way because I didn't have the materials for the bridge. Alright, we're gonna make bad choices. Okay, I thought I was gonna take like fall damage or something, but we don't. How are we doing at stone? Because I'm gonna end up needing to build... Wait, back up, I suspect. We're full. Alright, perfect. I did see how he leveled up. I'm gonna worry when I'm not onto a like narrow path. Okay. So unlocks extra hotbar slots. That's damage. Oh, it's 3 points. Okay. Alright, so let's check the west. I suspect this is just a dead end. I think we're in like kind of the outskirt edges of the map. But I'm hoping there's a way out of here. Okay, so that was rough, but you know, we made it through. When I happen to mark a cave in my map? No. That'd have been too easy. Oh wait, I didn't use any stone yet. We're fine. Get me out of here. I want the track to change. I did this to myself, but I want free from my, you know, free from the consequences of my actions. Alright, so that was also a dead end, which is what we had predicted. I was expecting with all the enemies when we got up here, it's like, oh, we have all these enemies. Maybe it's not a dead end. But it was. Alright, so try and go farther down. We already went this way. Alright, suppose there's a path to my right. What does make me curious, there's a bridge up there. Oh, it probably goes over there, which is interesting because in theory I should be able to just build my way up. What are your thoughts on Starfield thus far? I very much enjoyed it. I have beaten it. I won't spoil anything. If you go into it with the expectation of like Space Skyrim, then you'll probably be fine. If you're expecting something other than Space Skyrim, you're probably going to be unhappy with it. Alright, so I need to build this up higher. Yeah, so that would give me a faster route between those areas. Oh, I'm gonna definitely need to break some of these stones, because that was a lot of stone used there. You feel like you're constantly battling the inventory? Oh yeah, you end up in Starfield, you have to like train yourself to not pick up everything. Like not even not to pick up everything. Literally, if it is not of particular value, to just leave it on the ground. Like there isn't a good way of getting around that. Like you need to take all of the skills. It does not let you pack rat. Generally speaking, I only pick up items of particular value and weapons. Like I was the same thing. I was walking everywhere, over encumbered, like all the time. But not being able to fast travel in Starfield is extremely punishing. Fast travel is absolutely critical to being able to enjoy the game. You're finding no sure you found a storage box that limits storage? Yeah. So you actually get one. The game doesn't explain it to you, but it's just given to you at one point, but it's at a static location. I don't know, and you might be able to get one in your outpost. I didn't bother looking. But the point is they're static locations, so when you're out in the field doing stuff, it's just you have to return. Because honestly, once you go and you get like some resources in your ship, you can actually you can actually get your ship to have such an obnoxious amount of storage end game. You really don't have to worry. It's just you have to be able to get between places, which is where the problem lies. Please, give me another cave. Let me out. Oh, right. I remember these things. These things suck. They hurt really, really bad. Because that lightning thing just keeps ticking every couple seconds. Okay, we stopped the spawner. Please tell me I can mine whatever the heck this is. No! That's what you say. I find myself picking up every resource in crafting I come across. But those games have ruined me. Oh, you're still trying to figure out which items are useful and which ones aren't? Generally speaking, you're talking... So for me, useful is mostly around how much it's worth. I need to back off for a second. All right. Okay. You pick up everything that's not boiled down. But for me, it's like I pick up basically weapons I'll usually pick up because they pay relatively well. This sucks. I don't want to fight another one of you groups. You're awful. You're so dangerous, and I can't even take your prize. So the bottom right corner there has got some really good stuff for me to come back to later. Stop chasing me. I was gonna let you live. Alright. So we need to get more food on our bar. I'm really hoping we got more food. Don't do this to me. I just want to find my way out. Because that's one of those things I want to stay away from. Oh, you actually got it hidden? Come on. That's smooth. Hey, that's cheesing. Stop it. Alright, sorry. Alright. Can't do anything there. We just had to backtrack the whole way. No! Come on! Let me out! Yeah, I wish I could get over there. Cause that'd be a new area. That actually attaches to the cave. How the heck did I get here? Had to be down there, right? Let's see, is the cave in the Smile Island the west starting point the best for coal? I have no idea. For the record, it's all one cave system. It's like literally this is the starting island, that's an island up there, and I don't know where that one goes because I haven't been able to find a way to get to it. Okay, so what we're gonna do here real fast is we gotta do some construction. We go stairs. Would you stop? I'm trying to build. Right, so that was a dead end up that way because I wasn't able to cross over here, and there's definitely not over there. So I gotta backtrack the whole way. That's deeply upsetting. Just gotta figure out my way back. Okay, I think it's up there. So I think I gotta go around this way and over there. Down here. Where do we cross? I just won out. Let me out of the cave. I don't want to starve to death down here. That's gonna be a hard jump to actually land. Okay. Alright, so now we go up here. Alright, the good news is maybe I can get back to that sonophone or whatever and change the track. Sonogram, whatever it's called. Was it up here? I think, okay, the sonogram's up here. Oh good, we can finally stop this. It's a lovely track, it truly is. But, you know. It says Len. Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of them. Like, part of me hopes that this is something that you can like make or take with you or something like that. There is a lot of music here. Alright, so I gotta keep going here. Oh, here's another thing I need to do. Oh, that's interesting. You have more than 100, it throws it in there. So that doesn't heal you, the red mushrooms, but they do, on the plus side, help with hunger. Alright, so yeah, so we just need to go north. How do you feel about the Unity pricing change? Have you kept up with the debacle? There could be new news from what I've seen. Generally speaking, and this is coming from someone who's authored courses on Unity, just two. Both of them are probably sunset now by now, because there'll be a couple versions behind. But to me, I understand and accept that Unity needs to make more money, like, for whatever, like, for all the reasons and all that. I get that part. That part's fine. That said, the way they've approached it, they've bungled in like so many different ways. Doing that whole per installation thing is something that ultimately ends up punishing smaller devs over larger ones, which is something you never want to do. That the reason that's a problem. Oh, there's an area up here I haven't been. But what ends up happening is, sure, if they have like under a certain number of installation, or sorry, a certain number under of profit and all that sort of stuff, then they don't get hit with the fees and yada yada. But it's one of those things that it's so hard to calculate, and so hard to quantify. And then people even went as far as to look at if it came down to, like, for example, free-to-play style games, that you can have millions of installations to only equate to like hundreds of thousands of revenue and that kind of stuff. That they were showing, like, people came up with graphs that where you could actually have like more than 109% of your revenue be beholden to Unity. So they have this like ridiculous model when really it's like, you know what you do? You do revenue share. You just do a revenue share. People still not like that. But, like, by and large, people be like, okay, that's just how the industry works. Sure, I'm not happy about it. But, you know, it makes sense. If I make $100, you get your buck, or whatever the revenue share is, like $10 or whatever. You get the idea. That literally the direct escalation of how much money Unity gets is directly tied to how much revenue you get. which means there isn't a scenario in which you get negative revenue. Oh yeah, no, the free-to-play mobile market, like, there's a graph that says, like, if you're making this much money, like, what percent, you know, this much money, this many installs, like, what percent revenue, Unity gets. And most of, like, the free-to-play stuff actually falls in, like, the 30, 40, 50 percentile. Like, just, which is really ludicrous for, like, the size of all that. But yeah, there's areas that it was, there was one of the game companies that technically with the number of installs we have, because, like, we do permit an absolutely ridiculous number of people who don't pay a dime for a game ever, that I think they did the math as, like, going to be about 103% of their revenue is how much they'd have to pay Unity. So they just basically turned the game off. They're just like, yeah, we're just turning this off so far as our ad revenue and all that in protest. Alright, so for here, we can go here. I mean, they turned off the ad revenue to Unity, so that way it's hurting Unity's bottom line. Because that's the big part of how they were making money for people who don't pay is through the ads that Unity provides. And by and large, almost the entire group of people using the Unity's ad stuff, that's kind of how they've been tackling it. Alright, so that's very clearly higher than we are, even though I can't rotate the camera. But I think I can make it up there by doing this. I think it's going to take 2 tiles to make this happen. Because I have 1 tile like this. Put a pair of arches. Put a floor. Instead of floor. But yeah, I know it's I don't really know why they went the way they were. Like why, like what decision made that the thing. I'm less confident that I can actually make it over there. I'm gonna try. Oh, we did. I was actually very not confident that was gonna work out for us. Okay, so we're not gonna bother exploring because my inventory is full. So let's figure out where the heck this cave goes. Oh, thank you. But yeah, no, it's a thing. And I feel like in a lot of ways, and it could be just the people who are doing the PR don't really understand dev. I feel almost like they're gaslighting in a big way. Because they had the whole thing, it's like, oh, it's only going to affect, like, less than 10% of our customer base kind of thing. And then you have to stop and goes, well, statistically speaking, assuming Unity devs have the same rough success rate as, like, other game devs, less than 10% of game devs succeed. I remember, I think it's like less than 10% of game devs that, you know, people set out to game dev ever actually sell a product. That they just never get off the ground. They put a bunch of time in, they do that, and either the money they have runs out or whatever the actual end result is, but they never actually failed. They never actually deliver. Bees, really? Come on, bees. Be cool. So if we consider that as being included, they're basically saying of the people who actually ever deliver a game, almost all of them, for the most part, will be included. That's not technically true at all. But it's they're making out to believe that's like, oh, like 90% of the people will be unaffected. It's fine. It's like, well, right. But the vast majority of people who ever deliver a game using Unity, if they don't completely fall on their face, like their game is just dead on launch kind of thing, will likely be impacted. Because, like, delivering a game is freaking expensive. So if you don't pull off at least, like, $1 million return on your game, there's a real good chance you did so at a loss, unless you're, like, a solo studio doing stuff by themselves, which even then you usually have to hire people to help you out before it's all over. That's the reason why so many, like, the cost of doing an indie game is so much higher than it used to. That's the reason why even almost all indie games do go through a publisher nowadays. And to be clear, where people's like, well, that's by definition not an indie studio. It's like, alright, I understand your thing, but what's considered indie in games has kind of changed over the years. Like using it, like indie is kind of just your scrappy little dev team. Not that you don't use a publisher, because even nowadays, like the tiniest indie, group can get a publisher if their game is able to get off the ground, kind of thing. That's not where I want to go right now. Like even Stardew Valley would be an indie game, but they did team up with Chucklefish to publish. So would we say Stardew Valley, which is done by a singular developer, is not an indie game? No, you wouldn't. But technically they were, they went through a publisher. It was just a small publisher. Starbound was a game made by a really small, scrappy team that created their own publisher that is now, like, just a publisher. We wouldn't go and say, that's not an indie game, not really. But people have the attachment to indie as a term, as in, like, music, where independent labeled. Which is still true to these days. I'll also say the cost of making an indie game has just exploded if you're doing anything but, like, a really, really simple game. And then so many games that are quote-unquote indie games, hire on publishing and larger teams to port to consoles and port to mobile and other stuff. So it's... the term indie, as far as gaming goes, is really, really vague now. But yeah, no, it's just bad news. I genuinely think, I don't think Unity is, it's gone, it doesn't exist anymore kind of levels of things. It takes something really out there, like, it takes legal action against a company for that kind of, like, measure to happen. That gave me seeds back. Going too fast. But I do imagine, as far as, like, Unity being the giant it was, the party's over. That's the way I put it. It's like, the party's over. Unity has shown that they cannot be trusted. And even if people, like, deliver that the games are already 90% of the way in, when it comes time to think of their next game, there's going to be a very long and hard thought about what they're doing. Let's see. Well, if we take the self-publisher, EA is also an indie dev. Right, that's the whole thing. Like, it was always the thing that was a little bit murky, but yeah. I wonder why the decision makers at Unity think anyone would start a new project with their engine. So there is a thing to say that if you've used them this whole time and you've got 10 years experience using them, just switching an engine is not a minor change. Like, that is there's a reason why I always push back when you have the people who are like, oh, it's the same engine they've been using for whatever. Like, that'll be a complaint that people have. It's like, oh, they're just using the same engine they've always been using with a game. I'm like, right, that's what you do. That's literally the recommended business practice, is you keep using the engine you've been using. I thought I had 100 stone. What's going on? Did I need titanium ore this whole time? Is that what I've been... Oh, no. Oh, right, I built the giant ramp thing to get out. So I need a little bit more stone. Because I had to build a giant ramp to get us back out of that place. But, it's one of those things that, like, like, learning a new engine is not a minor switch. It's like learning a foreign language. It's not quite that bad, but it is a major shift that you've lost all that expertise that you've gained from that, and a lot of it you can pivot over, but you are gonna have the pains of, giving up years and years of experience to do that. And that said, because of just how ridiculous a breach of trust it is, I do believe a lot of people are going to, a lot of people are going to take that undertaking, and you're going to have a lot of studios that don't make it to the other side, because all the time of retraining themselves is effectively going to be lost productivity that, could have been put towards their game, but, they can't trust their futures with Unity. It's also been bad enough because this happened. It's destroyed and eroded trust to game engines in entirety. That game engines like Unreal and Godot and Game Maker and a whole bunch of them have felt the need to put out like public statements saying, "Hey, like we know this ruins your trust in our engines as well." It's like, we will never do a thing like this. We will codify it in every single way that we won't do this. We don't always get things right. But, like, we're not going to do the kind of thing that Unity's doing. Because you can imagine, you put 3, 4, 5 years in developing a game, you get to the finish line, and suddenly the rug just gets yanked out from underneath you. And you don't have any recourse. That to try and pivot now is to set yourself back 2, 3, 4 years of development. That's the end of most game dev companies, that kind of a setback. I also imagine you're going to have a number of companies that they can't trust Unity anymore, but they can't afford to take the time to pivot, and they're just going to shut down their studios that they're saying, like, hey, like, there's just too much risk for us. You're going to see a lot of that, too, in the next so often. Even if, which the best outcome would be Unity just going, we done goofed. The CEO's gone. Anyone involved in making decisions gone. I don't see the trust ever returning to what it was. Okay, so we need scrap and that to make these. You think U's only hope is their board throws the CEO into the bus reverse? I think it's gonna take a little bit more than just the CEO. I do agree. The best thing that Unity could do is everyone involved in that decision making just gone. Like very, very publicly gone. And I don't think it'll ever go back to what it was. I don't think the trust ever quite returns to what it was. But that is going to be the least damaging course of action. If they think most of the studios will finish their games in Unity, but at the same time, they'll start to train their employee in different engines. Right, if they have the resources, yes. I see that as going for it. And there's already been a bunch of them that have announced that. They're like, hey, like this, we can never trust them again. This is just what we're doing. Reversing this at least means ongoing procs will bother completing. So most products that have actually got any mileage in them are going to probably finish out in Unity. Unless it's a games as a service kind of situation, where this is going to be ongoing damaging for them forever, they're gonna see it through. Or they'll just kill the project entirely and just not even bother. You're not gonna have many ongoing projects that aren't in their early phases that are going to, pivot engines. Because like I said, that's a non-trivial thing. Like, there's been a lot of early access games that they're like, oh, we saw limitations in our engine, we're gonna go ahead and switch over to this other engine, and that is the last time they have a major update. Like, that is the death knell of them. Because it's not a minor thing. And that's even going from, like, Unreal 2.8 to Unreal 2.9 kind of things will sometimes be the end of a project. That if it's not a very straightforward upgrade, that can still be the kind of thing that kills a game. It is one of the big reasons why whenever I get pushed back, it's like, oh, it's the same engine. I always push back on that. It's like, yeah, that's what you do. Especially if it's an in-house engine. Like, I've had people like, oh, Starfield, it's still the creation engine. Like, right, would you expect them to do something else? Like, what would be the thing you would expect them to do? Because they put all that time in engine for their style of games. Switching engines would be set it back 5 years. Trade the known bugs for the unknown bugs. Like that was one of the things I would, not engines like game engines, but in dev, that was one of the things that I used to run into. You'd always have a lot of people new to dev who they would see some legacy code and they'd be like, oh, okay, we just, you know, go ahead and just scrap it. Like, you know, this is an outdated thing, just scrap it. It's like, no, you do a slow move over from the old thing to the new thing. You never, in my entire career, there's only one time I've gone to projects that are like, you know what, actually, this one you scrap it. Like, you've actually found a project that I don't think I can save. Alright. So we know there's ore I can't mine. So I just need one more hardened steel block. Finish the mission you got stuck on. Got to hang out of here now. Gotcha. Let's see, this price possibly is actually a scam. No way any country would permit it. You do not have the right to chance to contract what you made in the past. Yeah, no, that's... I said from the beginning that if anyone actually does challenge in law, I would expect Unity to lose. Because not only was it something that they're effectively retroactively changing the terms of a contract, which that usually never holds up in any type of, like, doesn't matter where you go, it doesn't hold up. But even a step farther than that, they actually had in their terms of service previously that, you know, if you signed on kind of thing, you were only beholden to the terms of service up to the version of Unity that you had made the project in. So if you wanted to avoid future terms of service changes, you just don't upgrade. And they quietly reverted that. So I cannot imagine you'd go into a courtroom and a judge, like, that's very much like having a contract that says, yeah, we absolutely 100% will never, like, these are terms you're locking yourself in on, as long as you don't like renew your set, and then just trying to quietly go, yeah, but what if we weren't beholden to that? Yeah, no, the moment they get to a court of law, that's not, like, you're gonna win your civil suit kind of thing. The thing that has been curious is there's been talks about actually going after Unity from, like, the federal level for fraud, because it was deliberately misrepresenting things and all that kind of stuff. Again, this being specifically about the thing where they had their terms of service said, hey, you know, whatever version you're locked in, that's the terms of services you behold to, and then trying to just quietly okey-doke hide under the rug that they've done that, like they reverted that one, and then deliberately doing that they're like, you know, that is fraud. You got them to sign up, you know, with every legal protection they could probably have, and then taking away that legal protection retroactively. It's like, yeah, that was very deliberately, you knew you were in the wrong there. It'd be curious what happens there, because in the spirit of the law, that should qualify, but it's never been challenged in that way to see how it actually would play out. My assumption is they would lose. But I'm also not a lawyer. And I don't think anyone's ever tried to do something quite like this because it does look so nefarious. Alright, so we can start upgrading our tools. I think I'm going to start with the pickaxe, because there's some ore we can't get. So that's very plain to see that I'm going to want that. Next we do the axe, because we have hardwood that we know we want. So we're at that tool upgrade phase. Okay, so it should be able to do that. Let's also check. So there is another level higher that requires the pure titanium bars. And I assume there's another level higher for you, also pure titanium bars. The torch will require hardwood. Oh, we're starving. Honestly, the hunger mechanic in this is honestly not that big a deal, but it's kind of just annoying. But with their difficulty settings, like the next thing kind of just feels like it's so distant. All right. So you need more scrap, but I don't think I have any more scrap. Yeah, so we would need more scrap to make more of the hardened steel. Was there something here that only needed 1 hardened steel? I thought there was. So you require 5. You require 5. You require 3. Oh, it was you that required the 1, but I need hardwood. That's fine. We can get hardwood pretty easily, I think. Let's drop this stuff off real fast. So drop off the stone, drop off the steel, drop off the sapphire. Go and drop off the wood. Well, that's interesting, so it could stack over 100 in the box. Drop off the clay. Drop off the hides. I do need more food. Let's see. I don't think there's ever seen a game dev angrier than the Area Unity right now. Oh yeah, but the thing is, like, it's going to have sweeping effects well beyond just game dev. Like, the education sector uses Unity as something that's, like, easy to learn. I'm cutting this tree down. I didn't want to, but it's making it hard for me to use my garden at all. I think Flash also made the devs angry. Flash made the devs angry, but that was those ones, it was sunsetting, and it was sunsetting, and it was sunsetting, and it was sunsetting, and it was sunsetting. Like, it was a thing. Like, Apple's the one who actually killed Flash. Like, a lot of people were saying, we need to kill Flash, and Apple's the one who actually put, you know, pulled it aside as, like, you're done, and you know, finish the blow. When they said, yeah, the iPhone won't do Flash, that was it. It was over. Where was that? Okay, so I actually do need that. A wood and stone framework for vines to grow doesn't require watering in the stone well. I'm curious what the vines growing on it will require instead of watering. Yeah, for the record, a lot of Flash, most Flash games you can actually still play now. They just have other stuff that's been put in kind of to work. And you need more stone. And some of them they just straight up re-released, put themselves on Steam, that kind of thing. There's definitely some that aren't exactly there. Alright, so we could go ahead and I put more trees, but this time they're over here where I don't have to worry about harvesting them constantly. Because the problem was they were blocking these other ones and I couldn't harvest what was growing and stuff like that. Alright. But yeah, no, like Flash, because it took so long to die, I don't think it was nearly as bad so far as upsetting people. Because it's one of those things that you kind of saw writing on the wall for Flash for a very, very, very long time. That people had been preaching that we need to get rid of it because of the security vulnerabilities. And like that kept just being a reoccurring thing that kept coming up again and again. And when it finally did die, it was like, okay, it's still sad that it's gone. But like, no one was particularly caught by surprise. It was actually gone now. Like, I was amazed it hadn't died like 1,000 times over by the time it got to Apple finally killing it. And even when Apple killed it, it still took a long time to go away. Yeah, no, exactly that. Flash, honestly, Flash, the technology in itself wasn't good from a security or that. It was Flash had really good tooling for making games. that tooling made it so, you know, anyone who wanted to put in the time could spin up a game if they're willing to put in the effort. Like, it lowered the barrier of entry in making games incredibly, which is why we had such amazing Flash games and such amazingly bad Flash games, too. Which was honestly, to a lesser degree, true of XNA when it came out. Like, there was a reason we had kind of an explosion of indie games around the time that you saw, like, Minecraft, Stardew Valley, Terraria, Fez. There's a bunch of other ones. And all but Minecraft of those ones I just listed were all XNA. But it was another one of those things that took, where it was extremely difficult to make a game and lowered the barrier of entry a long way. Like, temporarily fix is just last till broke. I think the only reason Flash is able to fight against dying. Oh yeah, there was a whole bunch of things that you expected. Like every time, like another browser would say, "Okay, we're not supporting Flash anymore at all." And you're like, "That's it. It's done. It's over. Flash is gone." And they'd be like, "Oh, actually, we have this. Temporarily, you're able to continue using Flash." Oh, it's okay. And then, like, Flash would limp on for a little bit longer. And then there'd be the next one's like, no, it's finally here. And I think it just kept being this thing that the future Flash, you know, it wasn't even uncertain. You knew it was, the party was over. It's just taking its dear sweet time about getting there. But yeah, it was when like Chromium and them also dropped Flash support that, like, it was beyond over. You saw a lot of Flash emulators. They did not want to lay it to rest. Oh yeah, no, you saw tons of Flash emulators. And unfortunately, there's also a bunch of those that were just, they took like legitimate Flash emulators and then they packaged them with malware. So, you know, it was a nefarious person who did it. Because it was hard to find those things there. That was part of the thing that also helped kill Flash. Because it's a whole thing about, you know, you knew the people who were grabbing Flash emulators were probably either they didn't care about security that much, or they weren't the most security conscious of people. So a whole lot of malware came out with it. But again, there was legitimate ones. But it was just, you know, it became too hard to identify for the non-technical savvy person to identify the good from the bad. That people kept getting bit. But that happens all the time. You'll have, like, a Super Nintendo emulator that's well known, and you'll have someone who spins up what is, you know, quote-unquote, a new fancy emulator, but it's just like a rebundling of that other emulator, only malware-laden. It'll never get to, like, mainstream or anything like that, because people will be like, okay, this isn't better what I'm already using, and, you know, they'll figure out there's malware in it pretty quick, but a lot of people get bitten along the way. And that's not even like an emulation thing. That's just a thing that happens with all that stuff. Okay, so we got a bunch of the hardwood. So let's get back home. I kind of wish there was fast travel to get back home. It's a catch-22. It's like, okay, there is meaning in traveling. And like the water's cool. But I feel like I spend a lot of time walking around. I guess I don't really actually... Maybe not fast travel, like you just click on the map and you go there. Maybe like in Valheim where I can either build portals or something. Don't you need stone as well? Yeah, I'm not as focused on the stone at the moment, because I can find that back home, too. It was, hardwood is only available there. If I want stone, and like I really need to get it, I can just go in the caves and it'll be plenty. Like I won't have to go far. Scrap metal? Yeah, the scrap metal is the one that I'm not sure about. So I know you can get scrap metal by walking around the perimeter of the island and breaking barrels. That's one way to do it, which is pretty laborious. I can also go underground and break barrels, which is pretty laborious. I need to find a better way of getting scrap metal. I mean, the other way I could get scrap metal is I keep talking about I could sit there and find a resource I can get a hold of pretty easily, get a hold of a whole lot of it, and sell it, and then use the money to just buy a different resource. That said, if I do that, I'd kind of rather want to spend that money not on the resources, but there's I can't see because of the fog. But, there's a bracelet and some runes, which I don't know how the runes work, like, so far as, like, where I put them. But there's a bracelet or bracers or whatever that give me life regen, which would be wonderful, because then when we take a hit down in the caves and all that, I don't have to, like, immediately start going, okay, life's a problem. They have to, like, get a lot of hits without me having a chance to break to slowly wear me down. Okay. So I believe the hardwood that I needed to be able to do an immediate upgrade was for the fishing pole? No. It was for the torch, wasn't it? Yeah, so I need the fiber, I need that, and I need the coals. So we can go here. We got the fiber, we got that bar. There should be coal in one of these. It's curious that still shows my old torch. There we go. It's a torch of brighter. Okay. Sure, why not? You found a ruined tower on an island? Yeah, I'm sure you'll find a bunch of fancy things. So you can go ahead and put that in there. I still kind of wish you could put the wood in there to make charcoal. I'm sure that, you know what, I bet you it is. Nope, it's not that. I was gonna say, it's like, I bet you I could put that. So I need more scrap. Oh, is there anything I make just here? We have a stone raft. Okay. So I built all these things. So this one I also... So basically, I need to go back under and get more scrap. Is what's happening here. So let's put you... Well, actually, keep a stack of the wood. Keep a stack of the hardwood. We will drop off... So keep that. We already dropped everything else. I need more food with me. Rivers on the ocean seem a little dangerous. Oh, the currents? I imagine they wouldn't be that bad, but I could be wrong. Yeah, so I see all that. So what we're going to do is we're going to run back into the mines. Oh, first actually I need to get more fiber. And that's because we already ran to one bridge. I didn't have the fiber to build. So I grabbed a full stack of wood, so I should be able to build like 2 bridges, assuming they have the same cost that they've been having. And by grabbing the fiber, I should be able to get 2 to 3 bridges out of it. There we go. Alright, so it's saying I've already killed, I'm assuming, that boss or whatever. Oh, you know what? We upgrade our pickaxe. Let's not go in here, because it gets scrapped on any of the dungeon areas. So if I go to the dungeon to the top right, that's where we saw a lot of the ore I couldn't do anything with. So you can just enter there immediately. And start working on stuff up here, up there. And also, apparently, I've been away long enough to do... Alright. Oh, you know what I ought to do is ignore all those things and just go to where we actually have our quest objectives for continuing the game. I have a feeling we're going to find most of the materials I need in those areas anyways, so we can do that. That'll open up the next dungeon. Hey, random barrel in the middle of the ocean. You're probably just junk, but probably junk I want. Oh. If I run into it, does it work? It does! It goes crunch and it makes sad noises. Oh, that's a new plant. Let's go catch some of that. And are you hardwood? There, just wood. There's our pear tree. All right. So let's go past this island. I had a couple things that were new, but nothing is super neat. Yeah, those barrels we see on the shore, those are one of the ways they get scrapped. Okay, so I have basically the same kind of stuff we had at the last place. Alright, so we've got some pumpkins up here. It's just a small island with not a lot on it, but let's go ahead and get the pumpkins we can. Pumpkins are good eating. Even though weirdly the picture of pumpkins in this look like cantaloupe, but you know, that's fine. It is some form of melon thing. Okay, so it looks like we got all the pumpkins that I spot. Doesn't need to be perfect. Alright. And when you die in this game, you do drop your stuff where you're at. You can, like, go back and get it if I'm not mistaken. But, that is to be aware. And that's your default settings. There is, like, an easier difficulty that doesn't do that. But you gotta kind of, like, opt into that. Alright. So... that's weird. I don't see my mark on the map down here. Okay. Was there a stone outside to activate it? I don't think so. We could check. We've had a few of these that the stone to act like some of them are outside, some of them are inside. We've had I think 2 inside and 2 outside so far. We'll take a quick peek before before I get too far out there, just in case I start running around forever. Oh, there is. Oh, actually, can I activate this? I don't seem to be able to interact with this. Let me try moving my raft just in case it's conflicting. Yeah, no, I can't interact with it. It looks like one. I think it's just marking whether or not you did the one inside. And that's it. Looks like we got the one thing that's like the first boss enemy as a regular enemy as... Ah, it respawned that. Just bear with me a moment. Okay, so we're covering all that health. We killed the big boss guy in the back, and we killed a bunch of like the little worm things. This place sucks. I hate it. I don't want to be here anymore. Not really. It's just a lot of dangerous things in here. Okay, so we have level up. So you get another hotbar spot. Would you... I'm leveling here. Hey, Vitas, how's it going? Alright. So 20% chance of increased bonus on hit. I don't know what those are going to do. Yep. Has the cam been behaving to take? Yes. I messed with a lot of stuff before stream and yesterday off stream, so hopefully it keeps working. Okay. So it's going pretty alright. There's nothing over there. That was not my smoothest fight. Yeah, so you're getting lots of dangerous enemies in here. Right. Amusingly enough, there are beds in here. Like, first, I haven't typed in forever a second. A quick tutorial to the game, just coming in. It is a survival exploration game called Lens Island. So you sit there and you do the thing where it's like, you start out with like crap weapons, you find ore to make better weapons, you beat a boss, like get the materials to get their next weapon. So think like a Valheim kind of thing. I really didn't want one of those guys up there. But like, unlike, you know, usually, oh, that's not what you want, don't be cornered. You know how like normally when you're playing survival games, they tend to have pretty only okay combat. This one's combat is pretty solid. As you see from like how much maneuverability I have, that kind of stuff. Alright, get through these little weak units. Get their spawner. But yeah, so there's like an overworld and underworld. The underworld is where like the enemies are really kind of out there. Whereas the overworld is, you know, like what you expect in like a Minecrafty kind of world or whatever, where there's just a lot more water though. So you have like an island, it'll have certain things in its biome. You go to a different biome, you find other things. But there is a definite progression that you get this thing, you go to the next area. It's not strictly, it's procedurally generated and all that. They do let you build everywhere. Kinda hoping just jump on there and be done with it. Hey. I don't like your attitude. Okay. That's fine. I underestimated the distance. Oh, sometimes being that angle on cameras is a bad time. We found bread. The good news is, like, when you fall off, it does a decent amount of damage, but if you're well fed and everything, it's not that big a deal. I couldn't really afford to dodge there because it's right by the edge of the map. Yeah, so interestingly, this isn't counting as the... So this is the underworld area, which maps up with the overworld area. But this isn't counting as either of them. Like, I'm just not seeing it on the map at all. Okay. So that didn't go anywhere. So there should be like a sigil thing I charge up here somewhere. I miss playing a lot of this fight. Okay. And I think the fire prevents stuff from spawning. Like, you notice the little enemies keep respawning? Is your character barefoot? Yes. When you start your character, it asks you, do you want Len to be barefoot? And your choices, or do you want to wear shoes? And it says, no or definitely not are your options. I was curious if I could bait him off the side. Okay. So let's go ahead and pop in here. Oh, and the way crits work in this game is if you see where I get like a little circle on my weapon when I swing, it's a timing thing. Harry, how like in the game? Would you put in a top 5 games? I don't have a top 5 games. Why is it like I have so many random different people ask me that same question? Generally speaking, I don't look at games like this as my top 5 game or anything like that. I generally change in mind like what game I'm in the mood for on a very regular basis. So what would be on that list would change like every 5 minutes. I wouldn't put it like way up there. I enjoy the game. But yeah, no, I don't look at, like, I'm not someone who looks at the world where it's like, this is in my top 10, this is my top 5, this is my favorite, anything like that. That's just not just the way my mind works. It's a good game, I'm enjoying it. Like, I get the idea people are sitting there trying to figure out, is like, is this game good? But like, that's a question you ask. Which I will say I'm enjoying it. I can't speak for the longevity of the game because it's only the second time I played it. And the last time I played it was like an extremely early build. Versus this one. Top 5 or nothing? Well, I don't have a top 5, so I guess every game is nothing. I'll just misplay all those hits, it's fine. Alright. Those big guys suck. These ones suck especially. You get caught in that lightning and it just hurts so much. Alright. But yeah, I wasn't trying to like call you out in that or anything. It's just weirdly I've had that exact same question asked of a bunch of different games lately. It's like, but that's just not how I see the world. I didn't actually want to step in right then and there. Big mirror. Oh, that is so many of the big doggo things. Let me move. That's on me. I got greedy for that hit. I can't even like use my regular swing at all. I'm not worried about all the Murloc things yet. Got one of them. I'm trying to get the big dog things. Did I kill it? Okay. Next target, the spawners. Okay, so got all that. We're drawing them around. Follow me. That's a good bunch of Murloc things. All right. Oh, I don't have enough coal to run it. Well, that's fine. All right. Jeez, Mr. Streamer, can't you just tell us what your top 5 is? Yeah. No, that's the whole thing. Nice getting. Give me the gold and pumpkin seeds, apparently. Alright, so this is what we came down here for. Am I led to believe this means what I think it means? Considering the epic music it's playing? I don't think we're actually in danger. I think it's deliberately just trying to build tension. Because, like, the rocks aren't aiming down at me, they're not hitting me, there's no timer. Like, nothing here is implying to me that this is a very immediate problem. I think it's literally they just have a timed on how often the rocks fall. I mean, amusing that they want to build the tension. I can get down with that. Man, I've played many an action RPG. I've played many an MMORPG. Kiting is something I've done in so many games. I got real good at it. Yeah, okay, so now it's lit up.
Thank you Burn and Sun 1 for subscribing for 20 months. How long can this go? Rual strip, 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 rual.
This thing used to have a pretty strict limit on it. I don't know where the limit went.
Strip, rual 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 strip, still going. Rual strip, 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 maybe.
Yep.
Rual strip, rual strip, rual strip, rual strip, rual strip, rual strip. Are we done yet?
Yeah. I need to figure out what's going on with that. Because, like, it used to, and it wasn't a limit that I set on it. It was just a limit it had. Oh, that's fine. I was sitting there, I was like, earlier I had noticed I didn't get the video announcement. Didn't happen. And so I got really kind of worried for, Twitch limited me. Okay, well, as long as there's a limit of some kind. Because the only thing I don't want is for someone to take the time to, like, literally mash in many, many, many paragraphs. And then just everyone be subjected to that. Alright. Oh. So increase resource bonus on crit. I wish I could see what's farther down than that. That increases your total health. I think that's health regen over there. I'm going to keep going on the path I'm going just because it's probably one of those things that it's worth me just investing where I can. Alright. We're going to start heading back here. So we've got another one of those areas unlocked. We'll see if we can't upgrade more of our equipment. Because the next thing I want to unlock an upgrade for is my sword. Are we already home? No, that's the little island. I was like, wait, there's no way we're home already. There's also a better boat, but I need to get supplies to the better boat. Pro tip, if you get a bug in Starfield where you can get a section of space station as one of your ships, don't build a C-class ship from scratch from that blueprint, because it's not gonna work. Gotcha. I haven't had a space station tell me I can start building it. I haven't gotten my replacement sea spaceship in New Game Plus yet. And again, we won't spoil anything for people like, oh, I haven't played yet. Stop talking. We won't like, if someone does start spoiling stuff, we will time them out or deal with it however it needs to be dealt with. But I won't spoil because I wouldn't want to be spoiled. All right. Alright, so I cannot stand in the boundary. Fine. Alright, so I need to go over here, drop you off, light that thing up. Go ahead and drop the coal into here. So for the next upgrade, you would just need 3 bars and machine parts. We don't know where machine parts come from yet. So that'd be you. So I need 5 bars. And each bar costs 5. Okay, so that should give me 8 bars. So that'll be good. What do we need to upgrade? In the meantime... Okay. I can also upgrade that. So that's seed storage. Place to change outfits. Place for brewing potions. This will enchant your weapons and armor. Go on. A garden bed. A cute little bed in your garden. A sea glider. Okay, so I'm reading between the lines here that I'm going to need more salvage metal, which is going to be fine, because realistically what's going to end up happening is I'm going to upgrade my weapon, or go to like the next area and we'll get more. In the meantime, while we're waiting for that to smelt, I'm going to need more leather. So I'm sorry, Bambi. I didn't want to do this, but I'm literally forced to, so... Oh, you're not getting away. What? Why is this getting a little chunky? Let's see, you guys have a preference when it comes to laser weapons versus ballistic weapons in Starfield? Not really, because right now I'm in New Game Plus, every bullet is precious, so I'm just going to use whatever I have ammunition for. And honestly, I kind of found it was whatever stuff I find are like good rare weapons is usually what I went with. But they do a bit of a rock paper scissors thing. Oh, but for your ship? Oh yeah, I use the what is it? It's not plasma weapons. The special ones that do both equivalent in shield and ballistic damage. Particle. Yeah, the particle range is so good. And then it hits both shields and armor. So yeah. I roll particle weapons. Because also I can put all my energy in that and I don't have to sit there and figure out like, oh, juggle my energy between the two. Yep, that's particle weapons, Seji Cookie. Yeah, missiles also do, you just gotta get a lock, which... You do EM2 disable systems, or do have missiles destroy? Yeah, the EM weapons are good for late game when you're boarding. Or not late game, when you decide you want to be like a piratey ship and you want to board people, you just hit them with EM to shut them down without killing them. Otherwise you gotta take the damage, take the chance to see if you're gonna finish them or break their engines first. When targeting their engines, that is. Alright, so I grabbed a couple things of meat and all that. That's not my house, that's someone else's house. The third one you have on the right now is the auto gauze gun. They're ballistic. I just want to finish the challenge for it. Oh yeah, no, I haven't looked at any of the challenge. Like, I gotta play a challenge I'm doing, but I've been doing all the challenges just for whatever I need, kind of things. All right. Yeah, for me, it's all challenges I need to do. Like I need to start leveling my everything else. Sadness and sorrow, your sub that's over. Yeah, I mean there is a solution to that problem. Just saying. All right, so. We got a hardened steel sword, which has more damage. It also has a new ability. So here's a question. Oh no, it's I could use the shield or the torch. That's fine. I was about to say, here's a question. Can I dual wield this for like extra cooldowns? Like, no. No, I already know the answer to that one. Okay, so I should have plenty of food now. We still haven't had any real armor options yet, which I think is partly just we're still upgrading all that. Alright, so let's grab our boat and head to our next objective down here, because we upgrade our weapon. We got some food. We dropped off a bunch of stuff. You can buy some armor, but money. I just want to keep my money to put a giant mountain of cash where my bed is and sleep on it like I'm some kind of dragon on a dragon hoard or something. You know, wake up with an absolutely ruined back and feeling incredibly uncomfortable and in pain, but you know, Scrooge McDuck it up a little. Alright. No, I probably can. I know, well actually, I know I can. There's some bracers I want. The big thing is, honestly, you don't really get much money. Unless I imagine if you, like, actually, like, farmed it kind of thing, you could probably get it. But, like, just playing the game normally without, like, grinding stuff out to sell, it doesn't seem to get really all that much money. Give me your pumpkins. I just want your pumpkins. Okay. I forgot to drop off the hardwood. That's fine. So this entrance does not appear to be covered by a bunch of awful enemies, so we can just go right in. Alright. Let's see what else we can find in this place. Ow. Kind of hard to keep track of some of these enemies. All right. So I keep getting caught by their lunges when I'm trying to like do the end. Okay. You having a good time up there, buddy? Pretty kind of you to have to announce your presence so I don't accidentally get myself caught by you. All right. Okay, so we're just... Put a spawner down there. The rate we're gaining levels with all this fighting is fantastic. Increases mining damage, increases axe damage. Okay. Alright, we got a big guy coming down the stairs. Alright, so we dealt with that. Like, I'm getting enemies from all directions that I'm kind of like, okay, where's the spawner? Where are they coming from so I can put a stop to them? Oh, forgot to grab stuff again. Alright, so we keep upgrading our weapons and they're giving us special moves that are kind of nice. But the damage increase hasn't been enough that it's like reduced the number of attacks I need to kill stuff half the time. It's just the special attacks, like that R attack we just got is really nice. Oh. Well, I don't think that really saved me that much damage. Okay. Oh, I see. Right, I can't mini-map it up. Money on the ground? At the roof? There is. Okay, we've been up here. Because all things are dead up here for the most part. We went over that way and it was a dead end. We went down here. But I don't know that we explored the whole area. Okay. We ate 50 blueberries. Excellent. I would not have expected that to be an achievement. All right. I'm surprised it just fall to a whole bunch of damage. Okay. I'm just checking because they like to hide stuff in those. Okay. I'm not doing well. Look, I can't even see what I'm doing here. Let's just take a moment. Relax. Okay. Ow. Alright. So those jumps kind of messed my eyes. Oh, a really tiny one. Excellent. That actually shouldn't be this bad. I'm gonna circle around and use my cooldowns as they come up. Alright, one down. Two down. Three down. 4 and 5 down. And murder. That's a lot of cave murlocs. It is. That one is actually not that bad to deal with. I got some new kind of fruit seed that I don't know what it is. Excellent. Oh no! The not real cave-in again. The stress. Whatever am I gonna do? Clearly this is a sign of urgency that I should be taking rather seriously. Yeah, when there was no timer or no like anything like that, like there wasn't a noticeable increase in the rate of the rocks coming down or anything like that. I was like, oh, I'm not really on a timer, am I? Because they also don't know how they would resolve it. Like, would they just kill your character and say, like, game over, like, try again kind of thing? Like, set you back to where you started the cave-in? Because normally when you get, like, knocked down, that kind of stuff, even mushrooms, you know, knock you down, like, where you go solve that kind of stuff, it takes you back to wherever you got, like, knocked down. Oh, hang on. I know we're pretending the cave-in is dangerous and all that, but, like... You know, there's always time for treasure. There we go. But yeah, I know Len is barefoot. I've seen no opportunity to get any type of shoes at all. Okay, so go ahead and break. The barrel. Okay, so we can increase the damage with our axe or our pickaxe. I think we go with the pickaxe. And the reason I'm thinking the pickaxe is because so far the trees haven't really been that much of a difficulty, whereas we've had some of the ore has been pretty tanky. I honestly don't think we go back home. I think we go right on to the next one. But they didn't get any net new materials that we haven't seen before. Like, we got some scrap, which that's, you know, that's cool and all. But that's not a new material I care about. What we did get, though, is just a bunch of random stuff. Oh, hey, we got bananas. Finally, our potassium will be handled. Okay. I want to kind of explore a little bit since we could go around that way. Give me pumpkins. That's an interesting place for the clay ball. All right. Where do you build your house in the main island? Pretty close to where I spawned. I didn't particularly see a reason to go anywhere else. Like, maybe I could have moved closer to town or close to the shore. But I don't know. Like, I could see an argument for, like, moving your house to a different location. I mean, the fact you could build multiple houses, really. So I could just go to the next place, build the house, build another one of those storages that links. All right. I wonder how fast I'd burn through these things if I actually invested in, like, the combat tree. Alright. Got some bread. Got a little bit of gold. It's interesting, I vaguely remember when I played the super duper early access build, these machines that they placed, they're the actual machines you get, but they were interactable, and you could do some shenanigans with that. Where you could, like, take materials, so before you had the machine, you could process the materials. Okay, we've gained another level. Let's go destroy the spawner over here. Spawners, plural. Okay, so we've got a bunch of areas down here. We got a bunch of areas you can run around in here. Got a small group of enemies running around over there. Not a door there? Oh. I thought I saw a door along that wall, which is why I was running up here. Okay, that's fine. I do dislike when they do that. Alright, so I want to kill any of these first. Because those are way more dangerous than they look. Because what happens is they hit you. It's not just the one hit. They just keep hitting you and hitting you and hitting you for a couple of seconds. So it adds up to be an absolutely ridiculous amount of damage. Alright, so we got them taken care of. It's interesting this one has more than one way through here. Alright, so let's go down here and deal with their level. Oh, it's 5 points? Okay, that's gonna be a minute. That's fine. Can you both sides? Yes. And it hurts quite a bit. It's not like immediately fatal kind of hurts, but it does pretty significant damage, like, you know, 25-30% of your health or something like that. But if you keep yourself mostly fed, then it doesn't really matter. Alright, so we didn't check this way, so we're gonna check that real fast. I regret coming this way. It was a big old mistake. Ow. Don't mind me, just trying to get out. I also do not for the life of me remember where out is in this place. Okay. It does make me kind of wonder what the second upgrade for the hammer is, because the first one is like the hammer hits way too slow. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Did I mention you can fall off pretty easily? So it took roughly like 1/8 of my health, but I immediately, because I'm quickly like mostly fed, it gave me 5 health back. So it's like -10 plus 5, not a big deal. That's the reason why I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna go bother going back. I feel like I'm pretty strong at this moment. Like I wonder for people who haven't played like lots of action RPGs and all that, if they would struggle a bit more. Like if you're someone who's a lot more into the survival end of things, a lot less than like action RPG, that kind of things. I'm gonna be more. Yeah, no. So part of it is I've got myself healing. Like it seemed to do like 35 sometimes. I really don't know how it decides how much damage it does, because I definitely had to take like 1/3 of my health before. Okay, so let's drop back to our island briefly before we go on to the next like dungeon location. Just because I've been picking up a bunch of stuff, I don't know how close I am to full on a lot of things. So it feels like probably the move to do a quick drop off, see if we can't repair anything. I don't care about this island, it's fine. Yeah, see if we can't, you know, upgrade anything, get things moving. I doubt we're going to be able to upgrade any of these weapons because I need titanium. And I haven't seen titanium yet. But, we might be able to sit there and get a couple things going here. I'm wondering to do with all these shadow essences or whatever the crap they're called, because I'm getting a completely unreasonable number of them, so I assume you gotta use them for something. Like maybe when you get the enchanting bench, they're like the fuel for enchanting and they're expensive. But thus far, I've not seen much. How are we doing on money? 191. I don't think that's enough for the bracers. Like, you could certainly sell stuff and maybe make that happen. I don't feel really a need to do that. Oh, here, let's... water our plants. Just harvesting everything that's grown. Okay, so you can grow grape seeds on that. That's cool. All right. So, we did not get any of the material at all that this needs for that. We do have those hides. We can do this though. To get some more material. Drop your hides off. Drop that off. Drop this off. So we need 35 and 120. So we need 5. So I don't have enough of these. So you drop you off. But is there anything you need to upgrade still? Yeah, you need pure titanium, pure titanium. You're not maxed. You need pure titanium though. You still only need hardened steel machine parts, which you don't have. The spear doesn't upgrade at all. Pure titanium. I'm not gonna worry about the hammer. I was pretty unenthused by the hammer, so we'll not touch that. And if we look at our building stuff, I've got all of the construction stuff here. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I'm gonna take a moment to quickly use the restroom, and I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a minute. What? Where am I? What's happening? I'm confused and disoriented now. I mean, it'd be more you'd get stuff on your... By the way, go to bed. Oh, jeez. I completely lost track of time. Turner was just 100% working around that crap. Is this a bite? Like, it's taking the one thing that works the absolute worst in the game and then making your entire run based around that mechanic. Yeah, after this death, we're done to sprinters. I fucking hate sprinters. Apology for the language. It's just, you have to win to a fence cheese, though. And, yeah, that's fine. I don't even care anymore. No, it's... Alright. so we'll go ahead and get back to it. Alright, so... get them making more of those. Yeah, rawr, 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 rawr. Yep. There's gonna be something that's gonna use a lot of that. Okay, so I was hoping that we'd have enough money to get the armor. I don't think we will, but we've got plenty of food. So we dropped off, which was good. We're maxed out on hardwood. Because we're gonna be right by the town that we can buy stuff from. So I will look to see if we can't get one of the runes to help us, because like one of the runes is like leech life. If we get the gloves, they're like regen, or it's heal every 60 seconds is what the exact dialogue says on it. Now, I don't know if it's like heal like you gain a point of health. I don't know if it's heal like you gain 30 points of health. I don't know if it's heal like you full heal. It doesn't really tell you. It just says heal every 60 seconds. Either of those would be good, because if it is like just a regen kind of thing, a little bit, as long as it's not ridiculously slow, then all I have to do is I can just back out of a fight when I'm in trouble and just kind of regen off, like just, you know, stand around, knock down some rocks or whatever to recover. But that said, the leech life is also really a nice one, because we're getting enough stuff to do damage. Hey, max food buff. Yeah, so it only ticks a couple times, like once per every couple seconds. It's definitely good. The game does like heavily be like, hey, you should keep fed, buddy. It's like Valheim. When you get like your food buffs all up, you get real powerful. Okay, so let's check. I have to find lightstone. I don't have lightstone. Enchant your weapon or tool to emit light when equipped. Alright, so I would want that eventually, but I don't really care about that right now. So just go in here. I know this is all hardwood. I'm not too worried about right this second. We're just kind of in let's kill stuff mode. I feel like we're past where we were before. I think we were. When it was like in its super early access. Critical hits stun enemies. That's cool. Hear me out, I got special attack, so I can just go smash. Oh, that is not where I wanted to stop moving. Don't kill me. So we're just gonna take a minute here and regroup after that one, because I misplayed a lot of that, and it was scary. Oh, I was actually hoping for more up there. We're just gonna take a quick 2-second breather on that hill. Yeah, no, it's I rolled up to the one, and instead of avoiding the attack it, I took all 3 projectiles directly to the face. All right. Would have been nice if we could have gotten the Ow! Stop it. Alright. That's cheesy. Alright. Okay, so not gonna worry about you. Alright, gather around. Okay, so fighting those things is getting pretty straightforward. We're starting to get the timing down. That it's not that big a deal. We do seem to be seeing. That's. Oh, don't you do this! Don't tell me I need to bring a whole lot of supplies here. I didn't, because why would I? 50 stone. That's upsetting in a big way. So there should be a place we could probably mine in here to get that stone. That said, not a fan. And see if I got the full 50 or not. I would suspect that they have that in here, that you can find 50 stone in here. I need more. There'll be another side path or something I can take that I can get a little bit more. Probably have to fight something to get there, though. Alright, so what do we have over here? Is this back the way it came, or is this new? I don't know. Okay, so now I got enough. That's fine. It's a weird thing to make me have to backtrack to do that. Remember where it was. There you are. I hate it. I was on fire and there's nothing I could do about it. I was just like, I'm on fire, my life is going down, I'm eating a food, it's not working. Wasn't there a pool of water? There may have been. I had, like, I saw the tick of damage, and I was like, oh, and I tried to, like, go for the heal. You know, make sure it's tapped off. Now, downside is, that means my one boat is up there. But that's okay, because I got my other boat right here. The other boat I accidentally made. So it seems like what I dropped is all this kind of stuff, which I really don't care about. Northeast look like water? Might be wrong. We can check it. The DOT was pretty nasty. And the good news is it's really not that far away. What I couldn't tell is that I get the DOT because he hit me with an attack, or did I get a DOT because of, like, standing too close to him for too long? It wasn't entirely clear if I got hit or not. Like, I probably did. Alright, so at 5 points, we'll be able to get even more resources. Yeah, no, he's on fire, and that's the reason it's confusing. It's like, okay, is it a thing that if I touch him, which, with me being, like, there has not been a ranged weapon that I've seen at all so far. If I touch him, I get burned? That'd be a pretty severe thing. Well, that's not fair. The whole place respawned. That's not what I wanted to do, it's what I did. Okay, so we're just beelining in here. There is a pool of water up here. I dodged into it, as opposed to waiting for the extra second. I thought the projectile was going to be faster, so I was waiting for him to shoot and I was going to roll. And just jump right into it. But yeah, there's a pool of water in that top area. It seems like he does stay on you pretty good. Now, I believe I can actually swim up there, because I haven't seen anything to imply I can't swim. That said, like, the only thing I lost was a resource I grabbed. That's the reason I didn't bother fighting any of the enemies up there. I should be... There's a bed in there. So I wonder how slowly you swim. If this is going to be, like, obnoxious that I need to stop and make a boat. Because if it is the thing where I need to grind the materials to get in our boat to go up there, that might be where I just go, you know, yeah, that'll be it for tonight kind of thing. Because I don't feel like grinding up the materials to get another boat. Like, it's not a big deal. It's like 50 wood or something like that. Okay, that's actually not super slow. Certainly the boat's faster, but I've already got two. I don't want to make another. So is this still fast, or is this bad news when I'm swimming? Okay, so you basically don't get to take advantage of those while you don't have a boat. Am I sinking? Okay. For a moment it looked like I was just getting, like it's just sinking in the water, like it's not able to keep myself afloat. Yeah, so it's definitely they have it where you can go there. I'm sure what the correct thing would be for me to do is to not go and push directly to the boss, hang back, so far as like get some more money, get my bracers that can like heal me and give me some defense, get like one of those runes that either gives me like light so I can hold a shield, or you know, where I drain life based on the amount of damage I do. Like all those would be the correct thing. I think. Right, so the bracers required lightstone, and we haven't found that yet. Never mind, so we won't be able to do the bracers. But I think we actually can afford the, It was 150 was the one thing. The boss didn't even have a health bar, did he? I don't think most of the enemies even have a health bar. I don't think any of the enemies have a health bar, actually. Not that I'm remembering, at least. Alright, so let's get back in here. Getting our round in on this guy. It is kind of annoying that all the enemies and all the spawners respawn. Is there a way to tell how much damage you've done? Not really. Alright. This is not going nearly as well as the last time. We're gonna circle around and let our health recover for a moment. Is there a bed in here by chance? Okay, so I cannot use the bed in the dungeon. I was actually curious about like if I could set that to be my spawn point so I don't have to run it. Nope. He's such an annoying boss. Like, it wouldn't be so bad, but you have to go so far away. There's actually one of the things that... I played through Valheim, I did the bosses a couple of times with buddies and all that. And then when it came times, like, people like, do you want to do a stream? I was like... You know, I rushed the swamp boss, and I took a death, and I was like, you know what? I don't even feel like going back there. Yeah, so I get the idea is I'm not supposed to just stand in the water, because you stay just too close to him. But yeah, no, I feel like the correct answer is I'm supposed to grind up to get some of those runes and all that. Because they offer you just some really important defenses. And I've let my materials get destroyed by rushing it, which, you know, kind of sucks. At least they don't take away your weapons. If this is one of those games that I'd taken the death and I lost all my equipment, I would just stop playing. There's so many games who do that, and it's like, don't get me wrong, I used to play games like that back in the day. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But with how much you have to grind up some of the things in these games, it really is just kind of a jerk mood for some of these. Alright. Okay, I do think this will be the last attempt for it, just mostly because it takes so long to get there. And it is getting towards the end of the stream, so basically we'll go and we'll push for it. If we kill him, great. We collect our bounty, we do whatever comes after that, like we'll play a little bit. But if we die to again, I don't really feel like running the whole way out there all over again. I also don't feel like taking the time to sit there and grind up money to buy my runes and all that. I'm like, we'll check. I don't think we can get the runes I would want, because I'd want either the Life Leech rune. I think it was the Life Leech rune was the rune I wanted, and then the bracers, which we don't have the material for the bracers. Because the Life Leech, at least it gives me something I could do to get myself life by just pushing through things by hitting with damage. Even if they do way more damage than my Life Leech, it just at least gives me away. So I think this time, instead of just trying to run circles around in that water, so that whatever his DOT is doesn't just finish me off, I'm going to see if we can't kite him, like, going over terrain and everything. And then the fear is, if I do get burned, rushing to the water. The problem is that DOT did, like, the initial hit was something like 25, and then he hit me with 7 a tick from the DOT, which is just a lot of damage. So if I can't get to the water quick, it's over. It almost feels like I want to bait him into shooting that series of projectiles, run it, and hit him with my thing that hits him 3 times real fast, and then get out of the way, and just kite him to where I don't take a hit so I can line it up again. Versus I've been trying to stay in the water since I didn't know what gave me the DOT so far as his attack or him himself. We'll see. I'll see what terrain I have to work with. I saw that there's like a little U space in the back. It might be a thing where he can run back there, jump over a fence, run back around, and he takes a long way or something like that. I didn't get a real proper look at it. I also appreciate that they don't take your money away with how little money you get in this game. Because that'd be another one that'd be just obnoxious. It'd be you'd have to take your money and constantly put it back in storage, which wouldn't be that big a deal. Okay, so yeah, so I can for it, because I don't care about the light on weapon. I could equip a shield, but then I gotta buy the shield. Eventually I'd want to do that, but I don't really care. Alright, let's see what we can do with this one. All right. Would you level up if you grinded some of the mobs to the boss? Yeah. There's just barrels up here. I was actually expecting him to not be able to jump through that. Now let's recover health for a moment. I really wish I'd start getting... Yeah, so the food healed up, I have to stay out of combat for a second. Yeah, it is a bummer that they don't give you, like, any indication of, like, how you're doing, because maybe we're getting close to killing them, maybe we're nowhere near it. I do kind of dislike when games don't do that. I understand, like, no, you want the intensity. Like, and I'm not playing this correctly. I'm not taking the time to grind up my money to buy the items. I'm not taking the time to pursue all those things and get all that. Yeah, he hits way hard. Let's take a look to see if they sell armor here. I know they have the bracers up there, but I need a material cost for it. Because I've not had the option to get armor of any kind yet, which is a bit weird. Considering our character definitely has slots for armor. Like, we have slots for all of that. Oh, we have an iron scythe. That's interesting. We have a bigger backpack. There we go. Okay, so we do actually have armor that we've been neglecting this whole time. We can probably upgrade, which is probably a huge ordeal. Or we can have a shield. All right, so that's another thing I've been doing. So I need to get iron shards and that. So let's try and make that. Is there anything else in here while we're running around? No? No, okay. So it seems like we're buying this thing. Is it literally just a crit multiplier? Okay, blocking damage. So yeah, so we need 20 fiber, 2 shards, and some leather. I'm used to when you're playing a survival style game that's based around crafting, that you craft your equipment. It's a little weird to go and buy armor and not have the option of crafting your armor. It's not a bad thing, it's just, it's weird. Okay, so grab that. Grab that. What else did you need? There was something else you needed for it. We have the leather. We have... It was the shards. That's right, we needed shards. And the shards. Okay. Because if I can get those upgraded real fast, we'll go in and do maybe another attempt. Okay, and he didn't... And let's just double check that. When I bought that, did he get another piece of armor there? No, it's just the same one. I don't see any bracers or any other pieces. There is the shield, which I guess I might as well buy just because I can. But slows you down a bunch. It gives you a shield charge. I don't think I want to use that shield. Which is pretty much what I was expecting it to be. Is that the reduction in movement. Like, if there's like a counterattack, I could stun things or something. That might be worthwhile. But now the question is, I go here. Max level reached. Okay. So the armor cannot be upgraded, which is disappointing. Yeah, so it'd still give a speed reduction, but increase our defense. It'd also give us roll cooldown penalty. Oh, that's real bad. Alright. I don't think that'll make that big of a difference for us, but you know what? What the hell? We'll do one more go. Do I have anything important on me? Not really, but let's just drop it off anyways. The other thing I noticed is it doesn't seem to be getting rid of my bodies. Like, I'll pick up my stuff, but it's not... It doesn't seem to be like just straight up deleting things where, you know, each time you run, you lose out more and more. Yeah, it's probably good. I had some good materials on me. Alright. This will be the last attempt. Do or die. Because we're buying the armor there. We didn't see any other armor for sale. I also kind of wish with some of those things, like some of the store shop, like the stalls are okay. I kind of wish they would just, you know, just have like a UI where I could see stuff was, or I didn't have to like luck out and mousing over it. I know it's not that big a deal, but it is a thing in a lot of games. You can just miss important stuff. You can just happen to not mouse over it. You know, it's different if that's the point of the game, to seek those things out. They're supposed to be hidden. But yeah, it's not a big deal. It's kind of like I just wish there was a way to easily see the inventory of a shop. Like you talk to him and he just has it listed there. Like you can keep what's already there. And sure, people's like, oh, you wanted easy mode. It's like, nah, I don't want to have to sit there and sift through that stuff. Plus, I'm not going to remember. I forget stuff. Imagine if all these attempts, I was making a new boat every time. I think this one situation is the one I would change in a lot of these games. Valheim has the same problem where you take your boat someplace and then you die and you have to either like make a new boat or recover your boat. But Valheim's, the ingredients to make the boat are kind of a pain in the butt when you first get them. Like that was always a big negative for me. But that was one reason, like, the correct way to approach Valheim was you get your boat, you get to the next location, you set up a new base, you put it down a portal, you do all that stuff. You're supposed to have a whole bunch of outposts. And I don't know. Games have trained me away from doing that for years. So it's hard to get myself in the habit. Like, I can build a base here. Yeah, exactly as JD's saying. It's like, I could build a base here. I probably should build a base here. Now I can't actually build a base here easily because I died with all my stuff. And the trees around here give me hardwood, and I don't believe you can build your buildings out of hardwood. So I'm just going to attempt it. All of this is not how you should do this. It's me being stubborn. Because, I don't know, I don't like building multiple bases in games. I don't know why. Like, it's one thing when you get rid of your base along the way. That's a totally different animal. That's suboptimal. Like, or also, like, I don't mind, like, when we were doing the Arco Nexus runs in RimWorld, when I get rid of my old base, like, it's just gone forever, I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay with having to pack it in and move my base. But having multiple bases, like, simultaneous bases, just, for some reason... Okay, recovering our life. So, all that armor, it reduced the damage I take by 2. Yeah, so it's running into him, it's not his attack. Physically running into him catches you on fire. If you're not doing like another attack or whatever. That's not fair. So those tracks, if I try and rush past him, he actually does still hit me with it. Come on. so annoying.
Okay. Alright. So we got a hardened steel spear. Do we already have it? Okay. Alright, I think I like the sword more. Alright. So we're gonna have to fight any additional stuff, or is this one of those ones we just immediately get our chest? Alright, that means we can... get our braces. I'm actually surprised there's more enemies back here. Gold on the table? I missed which table. I'm not super worried, because usually it's just like 5 or 6. Like, it's nice to grab it. Alright, so we're looking over... Is that the entrance? Alright, we got another box here. It's also kind of bummer none of these places have much of anything in them. Why do I feel like there's another boss down here? It's more fun to make weapons and armor to upgrade them in the game. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, how many crafting games do you have, like, just straight up gold as a resource? It's, like, really a weird thing. I mean, not like gold ore or gold bars or anything like that. That happens. But like that you need cash to make stuff. Like some of them will have it like you have to buy like blueprints or something with cash. Which I'm okay with. Why do I feel like this is... I keep feeling like, oh yeah, this is where we got to in the previous early access. I keep saying that. I'm sure we're well past it by now. But it's really feeling like there was someplace around here. Yeah, no, we were here before in the previous version of this. Because I remember we get past this area, and then there's another... Like, there was another dangerous boss. I don't remember if it was something that gave us a lot of grief or not. Like, I remember... Like, I can't remember if I had struggles with the previous boss we just fought. Or it was like the next boss. I don't remember. Because I vaguely don't remember that fire one, but it's possible that I somehow got myself more damage and just powered through it, so it was a non-issue. It wouldn't surprise me if they did rebalancing where some stuff got stronger and weaker since the last time I played with 3 major updates. Alright, worried about the stone here. Getting screwed by the terrain there. Okay. I remember, like, going through a ridiculous distance, and then there was, like, a big courtyard down a bunch of stairs. Alright, yep, so we got another area here, which this one I believe is just a bunch of regular enemies was the last time. I'm being hit by... Oh, that's right, there's traps everywhere, so I was able to just, like, kite them around in a circle. And the traps took care of business. Okay. It, like, so much this feels familiar and so much it feels not familiar. I feel like there's ore down here? Yeah, this is, I think, the last thing we did. Right. And I remember I didn't have much problem with them. Like, he has a phase 2 that was kind of dangerous. I remember that part.
Alright, get out of the fight. Now we can recover health. Oh, come on. I was not in that. Come on. Keep giving me that life. I really wish I had any of those regen items. If only we were wearing non-conductive shoes or something. Okay. This guy actually has hit points. Or could splash him with water magic, yeah. So that was, I think that's literally how that went last time, is I struggled really hard on the guy before him and then one-shot that one. It was one or the other. That one of those two bosses, I had like 0 effort the last time I played this. And then the other one, just like this time, caused me no end of trouble. Yay! We can wear a helmet now. Alright. Get the heck out of this place. So it also did give me the material I needed to get the bracers that give me the life regen. Which would be really nice, because those life regen don't, like, it doesn't imply it has a combat requirement. So, like, not, like, I don't have to get out of the fight where I'm not taking damage for a while. That said, I have no idea how much it heals me for. It could be, like, basically nothing. What is it trying to tell me about? A rare iron statue obtained from Teeny. Okay, so I can make that. That's fine. Alright. And we gained a bunch of levels, so let's click on you. So at 5 points, you get an extra hotbar slot. Let's see what I need now that I've got those 10... The 10 light powder or whatever. Alright, Sorry, mate, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Let's see what what I'm missing to get the gauntlet here. Hardwood, flax, and mushroom. So it's just hardwood, flax. We have that, like, that's like right here. What's interesting is it's giving me regular wood, even though the tree itself gives me hardwood, for having that bonus when I crit the tree. So, like, weirdly, I'm getting both types of wood just by doing that. what's clearly like a little garden bench out here. It's like, no, all your beautiful flowers, forget about it. I need plant fiber. Okay, that should be plenty. Oh, and there's a chess piece? I don't have... Okay. Interesting. There's also a chess piece here that I didn't notice before. But... Cool. So... We have those, which gives us bracers. So now I'm healing a little bit every couple of seconds. And we now know where the next one is, which is way out there. So to me, it's very clear they intend you getting the better one. It's funny how trees regrow if you water them twice. I hadn't even noticed because I hadn't even bothered. Alright, so... Time to take our boat home. Because we finished all that, we reclaimed most of our stuff. I think we got our stuff back. I mean, if not, we got enough stuff. Like, we didn't bring too much of value with us. Yeah, it's been interesting. We haven't been down there in a while. Like, it's all been stuff related to this. And that said, we can definitely mine new ore that we weren't able to before, and we haven't run into that, which means I'm probably going to have to map update. Oh, it's telling me that. Is there a backpack with a larger capacity? Yes. I already noticed that when we went back to the salesman in this town, he was selling an even larger bag capacity. So I have 100 capacity, and he was selling 150. Which I'm assuming when it comes to upgrading our bench again, I'll probably need. It does feel like that's the pattern, which is fine. Yeah, I think a way to retrieve your boat easier would be, I think, the thing I would want to see. Like, when you take a death out there, you don't just have to, like, craft up another boat and then drag it out there. So if you're, like, learning a fight and not doing great on it, you don't have to keep either remaking boats or just swimming again and again. I think that would be my big ask. Just a quality of life kind of thing. Let's get more water. Build a bed in that dungeon set to spawn each time. Short run needed. Can you build a bed inside the dungeon? Like, down below you certainly can. But I haven't really seen that I was able to build a bed inside the dungeon. Admittedly, I didn't try. Yeah, no, that's the kind of stuff I don't think to do, because I've just been trained over the years that every game's like, nah, that's just not a thing. Like, cheese it. Nah. From what I read, yes. Oh, from what you read, yes? Okay, I mean, Still a weird thing that you can do. Not against or anything, it's just... There's certain things that in games that because all the games in the past have kind of made sure you didn't do them, that you don't even think to try them in new games. Alright, so let's grab you, grab you. Ah, we need the bigger back. Lead developer here. I had a player suggest a buildable dock that you can request any boat from the map. We might introduce a mechanic like that at some point soon. You can't build in the dungeons that way, everywhere else you can. Right. Okay, well thank you. It's good having you here too. I really appreciate it. But yeah, and that was the thing is, like, that was actually thinking about adding beds in to help people not run safaris. Pretty responsive. Gotcha. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, no, that's the thing, like, every game in the past, like, trained me, it's like, you can't build in the dungeon. Madness. Alright, pick it up. Come on. But yeah, so thank you for being here. It's always fun when we get one of the devs to jump in here. For games. Really appreciate that. Come on. Pick it up. There you go. Alright. Man, that's the thing that I always, like, killed Valheim for me after, like, I played through, like, a couple of times with buddies, and I went to do it on stream, and ran into a situation where I died, where my boat was on the other side of the map. I was like, you know what, I don't feel like it. Man, I've been enjoying the game. It's a good game. Like, it's funny, because I can't remember Steam Next Fest you guys, had been involved with, but I played it way back then. And I remember, I think it was literally that last boss I had killed, and that's where I stopped, which, timing-wise, is probably going to be the last major thing that happens in this run for me today on stream. Because it's getting to be about 4 AM where I'm at. Which is probably just what happened, is, like, that was where that was at that point. But yeah, no, it's an excellent game. There's a reason I gave it another go. Like, once I heard they had a bunch of updates. Alright, I probably need more hides anyways. Hey, Bambi. You get to live this time. Alright. So we need the bigger backpack, because I can't do my next upgrade without a backpack that can store 150. So how much do you cost? You just need 5? Alright, doesn't hurt, I was just curious. Alright, so you just have to go buy, grab the money, we'll get the bigger backpack. I do think we'll be playing more of this on the stream. I don't know story-wise, like, how much isn't in the game or how much is in the game kind of thing. I actually need more hides. Yes, I need a couple more hides. It was, I believe, 5, and then a bunch of money. So, like, I don't know how far in the game, like, is most of the story there? Is it all there? Is it just, it gives you a certain amount of taste? Because I hadn't really kept up with the dev. Honestly, I think it was Arch Play Stuff who had mentioned it had the major update, and it's like, oh, really? That got me to be like, oh yeah, let's check back into it. Alright, Bambi. We gotta talk. It's like most games, like no, you gotta get your bow or your traps or whatever to hunt deer properly. It's like no. I can run Bambi down barefoot. Stupid tree. Shoes would slow them down too much. I know, right? It's the power of feeling the sand between your toes. Alright, so we got 3 and I've got 10, so that should be plenty. Then get her bigger backpack. Gonna snooze the ad that's trying to happen here in a moment. That way we don't get hit with another ad break real quick. Because like I said, I'm getting towards the end of stream, so it's probably gonna be pretty soon that we wrap up. It's gonna be about 4 AM here, which is my usual wrap time. But I don't like leaving things half done, because then I don't remember what I'm doing. So I just want to try and make this backpack happen real fast. That way, when I come back, I'm like, I was making a bunch of hides for some reason. Why was I making a bunch of hides? And then proceed to not remember. Can I upgrade the helmet? No. The bracers? No. Okay, so the armor you can't do that with. All the rest of this, for the most part, I'm waiting on our stuff. I need machine parts for you, and there's no upgrades on the fishing pole. It's all fine. I believe it was 5 of these I need. Alright, so now I should be able to get the bigger backpack. But yeah, enough people have been enjoying this. I don't mind playing more of it. The thing I'm probably gonna look up off stream is like, as far as the finished story, like what's there. Because I think if it's one of those things that like, you know, like it's very far from the finished story kind of thing, then I'd probably hold off putting way a lot of time into it, because I'd want to play through with the final story. Because I don't want to run into a situation with like Valheim, where I burn myself out in the game before it's done, and then I, you know, when the rest of the story's there, I never end up going back, because... Did I just not notice these? It is so easy to overlook this stuff. It's fine. So I need that. Okay. So you're wearable, but what part of the body do you go on? Are you a chest item? I'm assuming that's a chest piece, just from the where it is on there. But that said, it roll cooldown reduction and movement speed. I'd honestly take that over this armor. Like crit multiplier? Nah. That said, I don't have the money for it. I gotta be more watchful. That's on me. Because the faster roll cooldown means more time with invul frames and all that. Because this armor only seemed to reduce the damage it's taking by about 2. So when you're getting hit with 25, that's not really that big a deal. Alright, so you're waiting on 5, and then whatever that thing is. Okay, so upgrading this, I need 120 hardwood. And we need more leather. Yeah, so I wouldn't have enough no. Okay, so that's fine. Because that'll be a thing I'll check when I come back and be like, what was I doing? Oh, wait, that's what I need for the bench. Okay, so with all that said, I am going to say thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning in, who's been lurking and chatting and following and subscribing to all bits of host donuts and the raids and all that good stuff. For those who are going to see this on YouTube at some point in the future, I'll see you all there because I'm going to end the recording for the YouTube side.